nature and were never seen again. This would be the only major incident that has been traced to the sovereignty at that time, and it is in fact the destruction of the Sovereign Academy of Hesparbad that currently serves as the unofficial start date of the Vetherian close. This particular designation stems primarily from a desire to determine a particular starting point for this period, but we should not For those of you who have not attended a class of modern history before, my name is Professor Adoro Calabrius. Today we will be discussing the events that are collectively known as the Gods' Fall. Specifically, we'll be talking about their history, their emergence, and we'll have a brief introduction to their impact on the current time. Please take notes, because this subject will feature very prominently in your exams at the end of the semester, and it may well make for an excellent topic for your essay. Now, before we can truly begin, we must first discuss terminology. The events which we will be talking about in this lecture took place roughly between the years 1331 and 1333 of the Vetherian calendar. Indeed, that is the calendar which is named for Ilmo Vathayer, the same elf who, if you've paid attention in my lectures on the emergence of the Sea Peoples last semester, oversaw the peace negotiations between the Odrysian remnants and the Therosian dynasty. Now, these events, which are colloquially known as the Gods' Fall, are known among students of history to have the appropriate designation as the Vetherian Close. This name stems from the fact that the close's primary influence was the closing of a calendar period of relative stability that had lasted well over 1,000 years. As for the names Gods' Fall or Vetherian Close, these may be used interchangeably in this discussion, but understand that you will be expected to use the appropriate designation in any papers or other writing that you turn in with me, so please make a note of that. Now, contrary to popular belief, the skies did not suddenly darken and open up to spew demonic and otherworldly horrors from one day onto the next. In fact, it has been a difficult task for historians to determine the precise day and time at which these events began. The current consensus holds that the first signs of any activity that can be related to the Vetherian close began to appear towards the end of the summer in the year 1331. That is, to us, 2 PNE, pre-New Era. The first signs of the fall were minor, and they were felt primarily in locations where magical transit, be that teleportation or planeswalking, was common. Arcanists of the time began reporting disturbances in their application of magic, and these disturbances could not be explained away by common mistakes in their weaving or ritual casting. Yet the exact details remain difficult to pinpoint, and are still in contention today. The first, and immediately the most important writing that we have on the matter, stems from a famed wizard, Palisha of Anayem, which I'm sure you've heard of. In her report to the Sovereign Academy of the time, she detailed extensive testing that she had done on a transdimensional rift, which had particular and peculiar metaphysical properties, and she expressed her concerns that the degradation of extraplanar boundaries was accelerating. Sadly, we're not aware of how the Academy viewed her report, or any others of the kind at the time, because 3 days after the report is dated, and very long before it arrived, the building, the grounds, and most of the Academy's senior members at the time were swallowed whole by an anomaly of magical nature, and were never seen again. This would be the only major incident that has been traced to the sovereignty at that time, and it is in fact the destruction of the Sovereign Academy of Hesparbad that currently serves as the unofficial start date of the Vetherian close. This particular designation stems primarily from a desire to determine a particular starting point for this period, but we should note here that this interpretation is still hotly debated. If you're interested in reading opposing opinions, have a look at Kettering and Talbot's interpretations for an alternative view and for the possibility of several other starting dates. But, for the time being, the Academy's disappearance serves our purpose in determining a starting point for the Vetherian close, because nobody contests that the severity of incidents began to escalate following what happened in Hesparbad. In just the 7 months following the disappearance of the Academy, the other major notable events of the time would occur. Starting of course with the disappearance of the Academy itself, but moving on to the Great Exile of the Elves, and then on to the Egress. Of course, we also have the ruin of Edeah to talk about, but this is a topic that we will not cover in this class. If you're interested in learning more, you're welcome to join Professor Wojan's class on the rise and fall of Edeah, or read their book, Ruminations in Exile. And, furthermore, Of course, if you're interested in the general mechanics and theories involved in what happened during the close from a magical perspective, then I can highly recommend Arcanist Adrogna's class on experimental arcanomancy. You will not be disappointed. But for the purposes of our discussion, it is far more interesting to consider the nature and the implications of these impactful events of the time. And to do that, we must first discuss the progression of the Vitharian close from a top-down perspective. Of course, the nations and powers of Edeah reacted. Initially, they reacted in two primary ways to the beginnings of the close. In those places where governing powers wielded absolute authority, the prevailing opinion was that this was a fluke. These places, such as the sovereignty, Adara, and even kingdoms like Brulia and Postitia, sought primarily to obfuscate matters and keep them from the general public in order to avoid a panic. But on the other side were the city-states. Across the north and south coasts of old Edeah, the rising power of independent city-states had long been a thorn in the side of the extant powers, and so they took a natural opposition to the concealment of information regarding the close. This conflict, in fact, threatened to spill out in several places into war. But by the time any such thing might have been arranged, the God's Fall had already escalated to the point of overwhelming any regional or even international animosities. As for the exact effects of the fall, these are still being mapped today. But the most common occurrences were the sudden disappearance or appearance of small groups of people, and later on, even places appearing or disappearing. Towns and villages, much more often than large cities, simply blinked out of existence. Some would reappear near to where they had been. Others, which were at the time thought lost, actually emerged on the other side of the continent. And still others have simply never been heard from again. And even those that did return, at times simply suffered catastrophic consequences, as the regions in which they appeared were simply not hospitable anymore. This brings us, of course, to another prominent and perhaps the most predominant effect of the close, the reshaping of the lands of Edeah. It's been speculated that what caused that reshaping was actually the weave itself beginning to unravel during the Vitharian close, and that it was the sudden flood of accessible magical energy which began to wreak havoc upon an already unstable plane. The land itself began to shift and move, and over the course of almost 2 years, it is estimated by researchers that nearly 70 to 80% of the landmass of our entire continent was changed in some way. Of course, our own republic lies at the heart of one of these massive changes. The Great Mid-Sea, which our city lies in, was created when, during the height of the cataclysm, people began to fear that the continent would break apart. In fact, it likely would have broken apart if not for a partnership between some of the greatest magical minds of the time. They were no longer guided or even restrained by the distant and tenuous oversight of the Odorlician Council of the Arcane, and so they came together and crafted a feat of magic which is still renowned but poorly understood today. Yet they accomplished their goal. The magic that they crafted stabilized the weave, and so created the Mid-Sea. Even today, we are still studying this spell because of the 174 Masters of the Arcane who participated, not a one walked away alive and well. Not even the greatest magics that clergy or druids had to offer could find a way to summon those spirits for questioning. Some now theorize that at the Oleum here, that they directly spent their souls in the casting of those spells, and so are indeed entirely gone from this world, beyond even the reach of the gods at their peak. But while 174 souls were saving the world from what is perhaps the worst that the Vitharian close had to offer, still many others suffered and died in lesser evil, and those evils were not that much lesser. Because while the land was breaking apart, chaos reigned supreme, as the boundaries between the planes also faded, to the point that crossing over sometimes became as simple as walking out of your door at the wrong time, in the wrong place. Especially doors and doorways of any kind seem to become focal points for this crossing, likely based in the common belief and understanding of these things as being places of transition, and whether one escaped the devastation of the lands around them, and even avoided teleportation into the unknown entirely, there was no place in the world which could slip through the chaos unnoticed. Because where the walls between worlds grew thin, all of the terrible things that were normally hidden away could now simply and easily step into our world. And it's from this time that we hear tales of unlikely heroism from unlikely places, and also of gruesome and wicked desire for power, greed, and cruelty, as some stood aside and let hundreds or even thousands die and be slaughtered by monstrosities from beyond the veils simply to further their own ambitions. Undoubtedly you've all heard of Cormin, the Butcher of Bayan Bay, or Saltara Lighthelm in the Orphanage, or any other dozen tales from that time. I can assure you, whether glorious or terrible, there is more truth in them than you can possibly imagine. Thankfully, there is no small amount of courage in this world, and courage prevailed in the end, because though the very foundations of our civilization stood on the verge of the abyss, those foundations did not crumble and fade away. Even in Postitia's darkest days, when a daily report of the dead and missing would number near 100, and sometimes more, mortal kind persevered. We persevered. And so it was that eventually, when the anomalous events caused by the close began to lessen in frequency, we did not stand at the start of something entirely new, but instead we stood at the start of a period of rebuilding. Of course, so much had changed that, in those early days, it was impossible to oversee it in its totality. Officially, we now determine the end of the Vitherian close, and thus the start of our new era calendar, to be when the final Odrysian city, Ankalon, then already long abandoned by the elves, fell from the sky. Much of the first years following Ankalon's fall was spent in a fearful sprint by the new and emerging powers of the world. This was so because, with the influence of governments reduced, often reduced only to the cities in which they were headquartered, and the map of the world completely changed, nearly everyone that was able to started looking outwards for new boundaries and new borders. So they explored and mapped a new world, but they did so fearfully, because though reduced, God's fall incidents were still occurring on smaller scales across the world. In fact, even today, although rare, we still hear a report once a year, or perhaps even more often, that several people will suddenly disappear, or that a portal that was meant to go to one place suddenly connects to an entirely different one, or ceases to function entirely. The only exception seems to have been the sovereignty, the Great West, which was, even to this day, spared miraculously the worst of the close after the fall of the Academy. Yet they've not fared much better than us, because in losing their sovereign, the entire region was plunged into a civil war which has lasted almost 50 years. It's in fact theorized by some, even at this university, that the sovereign's disappearance in the beginning of the close must be linked somehow with the safety of the region. Yet we've been unable to substantiate any theories or any claims, because the warlords who now rule in the West are definitely not any more forthcoming with their scholarly pursuits than the sovereignty was in its heyday. In fact, the only reason we possess a copy of Palish's report and several other writings is due to refugees who arrived perhaps 20 years ago with stolen treasure and a wealth of knowledge from the Masquet archive of the Mugamari. Nevertheless, those first years of the new era were marked by a tension unlike the world had ever seen. Continuity of a life that resembled, at least to some extent, what we had known before, became a driving force for many of the decisions and actions that were taken in those early days. Yet the shattering of so many paradigms made change impossible to avoid. Kings and queens were lost, rulers and religious leaders were no longer there. For example, in the kingdom of Brulia, we saw the establishment of a new class of heroic nobility. In Ostrozia, our neighbours to the east, they turned to military traditions, which they had always held dear but now refined into a way of life in order to wield them to ward off any threat. And in the south, chaos ruled for longer than anywhere else, until Isilburg gave rise to Yana and her crusade. And of course, in our own republic, the people who were left realized that old-fashioned notions of inherited power made little sense in a place where anyone was able to become wealthier and more powerful than a nobleman, as long as they had a good sense of business. This time of change is what we call the egress, the leaving behind of the paradigms of the old world and emerging into the new. Now, we will view these shifts through the lens of our budding republic in the coming lectures, and through it we will come to understand the new era that we live in. For today, that brings us to the end of our lecture. These new paradigms will feature prominently in... Yes, you can count on long rest, and also we're live on the stream, so hello everyone. Welcome aboard to the next episode of Tales of Edeah. Unfortunately, Carlos can't join us today. Please send him some well wishes. There may be some COVID, so please send him all your best. But hopefully it is nothing serious. Now, today we are here for the big event, which is something that has cost me a dear amount of time and effort to prepare, which is the Equenical, which will be very interesting to dive into. But before we start, I just want to ask everyone, how you guys doing? We've been sitting here for almost half an hour and I didn't ask yet, so how is everyone? You guys doing okay this week?
You're the worst.
I know, I'm a horrible dungeon master. I'm only asking now because we're on stream.
Yeah. I'm doing great. Um, I do have a COVID scare myself, so we'll see how that pans out.
Oh,
But it's only a hundredth in the line of so I'm still doing okay.
okay, good, good.
Yeah.
I'm doing splendid. I
Splendid.
had lunch this time earlier, so I'm not hungry. No snacks during the stream.
Nice.
Probably for the first time in a while.
I mean, that's okay.
Didn't
If you
you
want to snack, you can snack, you know.
didn't you go and grab something sweet just like a minute ago?
Yeah, and I finished it. See? Ah.
Was that your lunch? Is that what we count as
No,
lunch
no, no, no,
nowadays?
no, 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 no. That was just dessert.
All right. Well then, I think there's little between us and actually getting started, except for me to fix the music that I want to keep playing. There we go. All right. So if you guys are ready, then let's begin. Episode 7. All roads lead to here. Postizia, March 14th, year 51 of the new era. A blanket of cold, white frost and snow lies across the Republic. Yet, business goes on. Nowhere is this more true than in its capital city, Postizia. Even in the early morning, windmakers employed by various logistics companies are busy breaking the ice in the bay, thin flashes of fiery light strategically destroying the ice that has formed overnight. On the docks, men in thick coats made of exotic animal skins have already begun loading up ships, and a distant sun begins to peek over the cliffs that protect its bay, trying to cast a warming light over a stirring city, but managing only to illuminate a cold kind of misery. In the meantime, several barges filled with goods make their way up the river that crawls through the city, their way already made and kept ice-free by the ferry services that operate day and night. These carry the last supplies towards the Solidariat, a building whose towering visage looms over the city's central first district, like a many-headed giant seated upon a throne. Inside those many halls of the Solidariat, the business of government proceeds without interruption, even in this early morning, and even as workmen, servants, and officials rush past meeting halls to polish the soon-to-be public areas of the Solidariat into perfection. Tonight is the Equinical, a bi-yearly set of festivities, based in the belief that, in this case, the end of winter should be celebrated. But it is much, much more than that. The Equinical is a sign of the Republic's unity, and a time when everyone, no matter which side of the political aisle they sit on, comes together to welcome the warmer season. It is also a time for the various factions to mingle and maneuver. The workings of politics never cease within the halls of the Solidariat, and tonight is no different. The Equinical presents a rare opportunity for everyone to come together and talk. New alliances may be struck, old enmities reignited, and opponents pressed or threatened at will. This is the arena that awaits the Ashenhearts tonight. A quagmire of growing ambition, endless greed, and a sprinkling of hopeful optimism and altruism that tries to guide the wheels of power in the right direction. We now find the Ashenhearts reconvening one more time before the big event, having concluded their business over the previous 2 days, either individually or together. That business was the following. So we'll begin with Jean-Jacques. Jean-Jacques, ever focused on his mission, kept on target with a relentlessness that some might call bordering on the obsessive. His mission, to ensure that his family's goals were accomplished. In this case, his family's goals included the elimination from the Empire Peace Committee one Mr. Atticus Hope, a relatively unimportant member of the Assembly, but one who is unquestioningly loyal to the crown-minded faction, which has taken control of the delegation. To that effect, he set out and accomplished 2 things. Using his underground connections and a little help from perhaps the now not-so-friendly Arby, he managed to procure 3 doses of the poison Lekespore, that is Lekkespore, a strange mixture that is said to loosen tongues and typically used in very small doses to encourage people, especially prisoners, to talk about things that they would rather keep secret, with a very strong side effect, which will cause you to lose all inhibitions. Additionally, Jean-Jacques spent some time observing and following Mr. Hope. The man seemed to lead an altogether uneventful life, but on Tuesday evening, the day before the Equinical, Jean-Jacques did find something interesting. The dull and boring Atticus Hope had a rendezvous in a rather unsavory speakeasy down by the river, in which he was observed meeting with an unidentifiable figure. This speakeasy, dubbed Raya's Tea Emporium, also appeared to be home to a number of red sashes and other criminal elements, partaking in various drugs, and including the exchange of what might have been the new drug on the scene, the fabled Mystrium or Sundrop. The rest of his time, where possible, Jean-Jacques dove into a world of research. Poring over detailed schematics and through books not his own proved to be a difficult task. He has succeeded in compiling a list of notes and general annotations on the books that the group possesses, which will help guide them in future research. But it was Jean-Jacques' general impression that it would take a lot of time and effort to really go through them in detail. One notable piece of information that he was able to garner was that the build quality of these artificial insect-like creatures that had attacked Turnock and Arby was of a much lower quality than even the very meticulous schematics which the Ashenhards had retrieved from a criminal hideout some weeks before. Yet by contrast, the schematics recovered are also infinitely simpler and seem to focus more on the fundamentals of creating these mechanical items rather than on constructing anything complex with them as of yet. Perhaps two different branches in the same kind of research. And finally, today, Wednesday the 14th, Jean-Jacques has received an invitation to attend Lady Sordenbrand's house at 3 p.m. sharp to facilitate the communication with his matriarch and mother, Josephine. Any questions so far, Jean-Jacques?
No, all clear here. Yeah.
All right, excellent.
So far.
Then I very quickly want to say, Ruin Keep, thank you, Simon. I assume for the 3-month sub. I appreciate you. Thank you. Moving on, we'll go to Barnack. First and foremost, Barnack attended a very important matter. A profound and heartfelt thank you note written to Jean-Pierre Chopin, Jean-Jacques' cousin and their patron in the matter of Atticus Hope, for reasons yet unknown. But of course, following the revelations that Barnack has received in recent weeks regarding his father and grandfather, especially those that he got in the ephemeral in-between world of mirrors, Barnack turned his attention, along with Tani, to research. Tracking, in a way perhaps unfamiliar to him, searching for clues in papers and documents rather than in mud and grass. He got some help and dove into the Freelancer archives for much of Tuesday and perhaps even in the early hours on Wednesday. The results were not entirely disappointing, but definitely drier and more boring and less sensational than might have been hoped for. Barnack and Tani have discovered the details of his settlement, which was paid to one Torvin Stoneheart, the next of kin in the matter of a case of collateral damage, which had led to the unfortunate death of the elder Stoneheart. This was done by the Pale Angels, a freelancer group, and specifically by two of its members. I will share the names in chat as well, but their names are Rhys Phylax and Connell Crisfina.
Pale Angels, you said.
Yes.
Also known as Dead and Deader.
Yeah.
Realistically.
So I've shared them in the chat. But beyond their names and the fact that their group was called the Pale Angels, details were sorely lacking. The court documents listed show that the Stoneheart family had indeed begun a legal process against the freelancers, demanding an official inquest by the government.
Mordecai, boy.
Oh my. Demanding an official inquest by the government, but the matter had been settled out of court long before that request was ever granted. The sum was substantial. It appeared that the freelancers had paid the Stoneheart family almost 50,000 guilders. 48,972 to be exact. This payment came in exchange for what appears to have been the agreement that the Elder Stoneheart's death was an unfortunate accident. And with the fullest and complete apologies of the overseer at the time, one Overseer Demandek, which I will share in the chat as well. A quick background check in the employment records in the archives show that Demandek is still receiving a freelancer pension and is currently living in the city of Middelburg. The involvement of one Johann Strauss is alluded to only scarcely. He is listed as the attorney of record on behalf of the freelancers, and it seems that this was a case relatively early on in his career. Something that you base on the fact that he is now a prodigious arcanist, an attorney, and one of the foremost members of the Grand Assembly. Most notably of all, what you noticed is what isn't there. The deposition transcripts of all the meetings between the freelancers, the attorneys, and the Stoneheart family. Details about the case, all of it is missing. And looking at other case files and other court files, this definitely does not seem to be standard practice. In fact, towards the end of their search, it is Tani who finds a small note which says, "Documentation expunged at the request of the respondent parties following the deaths of said parties." Asking around, probably with Mr. Silver, he clarifies that this means that the people who were listed as respondents, aka the Pale Angels, have died, and thus their involvement has been erased. Or at least the details of this case have been erased. Something that happens rarely, but typically in the pursuit of preserving someone's good name. So that's what you found. Any questions, Barnack?
Can I rename Demandek into Demanded? Because he will be that.
Okay. You may.
Perfect.
It won't change reality, but
It
you
won't.
may.
Yeah, it won't change his name, but
Oh,
it'll change.
Barnack will change reality eventually.
Okay.
So, then we'll move on to Turnock. Turnock, presented at last with the space and time to spend some time on yourself, Turnock turned at last to matters which had begged for his attention, but simply could not take precedence over the Ashenheart's pursuits. A quiet and introspective few hours later, Turnock emerged from one of the city's smaller chapels, which is directly attached to a cemetery, with perhaps, maybe, a new spring in his step. He has completed the ritual of Calon Don Glow, the ritual of the locked heart, and he was once again united with the presence of his lifelong companion and brother-in-arms. The mysterious ritual had raised eyebrows even in the chapel, from the sole attendant who served the Night Mother, but invited no questions. Nevertheless, the most important thing was that it gave Turnock options again. He could now again seek the wisdom of someone who had come before him, although that would still have to wait until he could rest and dream again. The rest of his day he spent investigating on behalf of a young man who he had met in a brothel, Clement Blake, a half-elf whose brother had gone missing recently. But unfortunately there was little to discover. Clement was still sitting gloomily in the corner of that little brothel and refused to work, earning both the pity and ire of his co-workers. Going to the nearby police precinct, the Black Hats had finally come by and looked into the matter, but following a brief investigation claimed that there was no evidence of foul play, and that the brother, Paul, had simply run off. An inquiry into the matter at the nearby Black Hat precinct cleared up little as well. The police proved very uncooperative, and they demanded eventually that Turnock leave the premises. Yet in spite of the impression that they had barely tried anything at all, there was no room for Turnock to push them further, not alone in any case, and no time to start a fully fledged investigation of his own, leaving the matter of Paul Blake unfinished. Any questions, Turnock? No? Okay. Tani. Having already come to the conclusion that she was ready to learn more about her past, Tani took perhaps the time she needed to simply find a little distraction from the danger and possibly, maybe, the anxiety that could have been building up over the past week. She joined Barnack in the archives and helped him search through and read through many long and different boring documents. But in between the monotony, there did come one piece of, if not good, then at least interesting news. Finn sent word to Tani that Miss Ilo Gold, the strange and helpful gnome, will be in town again by the start of next week. He has also asked that Tani round up the others and bring the whole group over to the Stormcrow Tavern on Wednesday, perhaps around noon, if she is willing. From his note, Tani could gather that he has something that he wants to talk to the Ashenhearts about, but he gives no clue as to what it is. So, my question is, first, Tani, any questions or things that you would want to add about the time spent?
No, I'll accompany Barnack as he discovers this, and Wednesday noon at Tavern's Finn. I'll tuck the letter and I'll bring it up later.
Alright. So, then we come to the group reuniting. So does the group indeed gather up at the Stormcrow Tavern, or do you just want to go straight to Phoenix because today's too important?
I would, when we get reunited, I would bring it up.
Okay.
And just ask if they would want to. It sounds like he has something to say. Maybe something about the Equinical or the Red Sashes.
But I believe that if we did have some time to kill, we would have spent it in the tavern, right? There's no reason to just sit at Phoenix.
Sure.
And when's my appointment with Elena? Is it
3.
later in the afternoon? 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
So, with everyone aligned, we now join the Ashenhearts in the final hours before the Equinical. Cor joins late, and he joins the party quietly, without saying a word, having been off on his own since they parted ways late in the afternoon on Monday. His expression is thoughtful and pensive, but he does not share his thoughts for the time being, perhaps preoccupied by whatever he did or learned while he was away. In due time, as you know him, he may choose to share whatever is weighing on him. Until then, you are resigned to accept it for what it is. Some of you perhaps swallowing some discomfort following Cor's recent revelation about once having had dealings with the Scarlet Rose, and yet not wishing to mistrust him either. In any case, that is how you all find yourselves back at the Stormcrow Tavern, the fine, lovely, warm afternoon, a welcome reprieve from the cold through which you've travelled frequently in the past days, as Finn is currently serving the lunch hour, but when he sees all of you, he waves you over, and you see that there's actually a table that he's kept free for all of you. And he waves you over, and he gestures for you to sit down, and he takes your drink orders, food orders if you wish for anything. Seemingly free of charge. He's not asking for any coin at the moment, maybe too preoccupied to bother in the first place. And it seems that he'll be with you shortly. But you do have a brief respite. Is there anything you guys want to talk about amongst yourselves, or shall we go ahead and bring Finn back?
Well, do we get a moment where we could have discussed our game plan for the evening, or can that come before the when is the Equinical? Like in the afternoon?
It begins at sundown today, which will be at roughly 6:30. So you are expected about an hour before that at Lord Phoenix, so that you can escort them to the Equinical.
Yeah, that's 5, and I'm going at 3 to Elena's.
Yeah. So you have until 5:30 to get things in order and get yourselves organized.
We haven't decided anything on how we're going to approach the day.
Not yet, but this could be that time, right? You have a brief chat with Finn, but if you get into it now, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's a good opportunity to do it anyway. So, speak up as Finn walks away, and I'll be like, before we speak to Finn, and before we move into the rest of the day, I do believe it will be prudent of us to discuss how we're going to approach this evening. Have some ideas about how to achieve some of our objectives, but we have many, not all of which can be achieved in the exact same way. But I've been thinking about... Go ahead, Turnock.
No, it was just as what did you have in mind?
Well, I for example, sorry, got some ale stuck in my throat. I do believe that my skill set would be best used to address the situation that my cousin was interested in, as well as the one that Elena was interested in. However, for the second one, I do believe that it would be best if I had some help in terms of, well, just backup if things go sideways. So I've already procured some materials that should help us disparage the good name of Atticus Hope. And I'm hoping that RB can help me with that. And I kind of give him a look that's not as friendly, but he knows that look. It's like, Jean-Jacques up to no good. We've done this type of thing before. Look.
Sure.
Yeah.
He just nods, a little grumpy. He's definitely keeping his distance from the group as well. You know, he's kind of just standing a little behind Jean-Jacques and pretending he doesn't quite know everyone else.
Then
I was just going to say that I might not be able to join you for that specifically.
Yeah.
As I need to keep an eye out for Mr. Falkenhaus.
I assumed as much. Yeah. I assumed as much. And then for the ones for Lady Elena, I will try and hopefully manage to make myself and one other person unseen for 1 hour, which should be enough time to at least check part of the offices and rooms that we need to go through. And I can do this a few times. So even if I would need to do it for a protracted period of time, I can do so. And I would like probably Tani or Barnack to accompany me for this. I think perhaps Tani might be a little bit better suited, purely from, well, you can knock somebody out without spilling blood and, you know, making a ruckus. If things were to go completely ass up.
I don't. There's no way I could take any sort of action on whatever happenings that take place regarding the. And I just kind of look over my shoulder just to see if nobody's looking and paying attention to our conversation, and lower the tone of my voice. Of the old crown. But I need to, well, prospect where is it going next, at least, unless Master Keo decides to do something crazy. But other than that, I'll just, if I already have the information that I'm looking for, I may be able to divert from my initial mission and assist you guys on that as well.
Yeah. Well, I think you could also, purely by nature of your own assignment that you've chosen, assist with Lord Fenix's situation. He has noted a few people that we should investigate, or at least, talk to see where they're coming from. And that might be conducive to what you're doing, because it will be easier for you to blend in and keep an eye out on somebody if you're actually participating in the festivities. You would just, I guess, carefully choose whom you talk to.
Okay. What would you have me do?
Not get arrested, if at all possible. But no, I think that it's going to be interesting, right? Because we have to. Like, if you were to go with me, for example, then the two of us could be very, very sneaky, darn near impossible to see or hear, which is a benefit. But we first have to find ourselves in a secluded spot where nobody would be able to see us. Otherwise, I think we should all spend at least a portion of time being there, being seen, and talking to the people that have to do with Lord Fennec, for example. But I do believe that Kor, Turnock are probably a little bit, better suited for that particular assignment.
And they just look at him like,
I kind of give Turnock a look and then point to the other two like, yes.
okay,
Somehow.
okay.
But other than that, I mean, there are perhaps people attending the party that would be more open to speaking to you, Barnack, than myself or some of the others, Dwarvenkin, and especially I don't know about those from Holgrim because you've made a mess of that one.
Me?
Well, I mean, you did impersonate an Imperial ambassador from Holgrim, so
I mean, I didn't. Your brother did. Think that I
he's
was
not
that.
my brother.
Sorry.
He's far beneath that stage.
Yeah. Your cousin
Well,
thought that.
Yeah, he did assume that he
He
was
did
from-
assume it,
That was
and
kind
I
of
just
racist.
didn't say no.
By you didn't say no, you mean you heavily reinforced the idea even by following up?
Yes.
And, yeah, okay. That tracks.
How do I get out of that one though? That was fun at the time, but I don't want to actually be kicked out from the Equinical just because I impersonated someone.
Well, I mean, there is always the option of making my cousin look like the absolute fool that he is by saying, "Good sir, I never said such a thing. I don't know where you got that impression." But that comes with some risks involved, like making my cousin your enemy, which, well, probably wouldn't be the best.
I know. I'll just get a bit drunk, and then we'll leave the rest to nature.
Oh no.
No, when I'm drunk, I'm
Barnack.
actually much better in these social situations. As long as no one just says anything bad about sailors, we are good.
Barnack, you're only better at these situations drunk. In your head. Okay?
No,
Oh, yeah.
I once stopped a bar fight when I was drunk.
Did you begin it?
Yes, but I stopped it.
Okay. Well, I mean, other
There's
than
also-
that,
There's also a person I would really like to meet. Did you see the full list of the list that we got?
Lord Fennec, yeah.
Yeah. Did you look over it? There's a person called Wit Quickly. Do you think that he has a quick wit like me?
I think many people have a quick wit like you.
I'd really like to meet that person, just to ask him to have a wit competition with me. Although I don't understand, he might be something important. He's like a part of Republican Reform Commission, and he's a coalitionist. So that's
You do know that every single person on this list that you've been given is someone of at least some importance.
oh yeah,
Within the larger political machine.
yeah.
Just to note.
Come on, having a name, Wit Quickly.
It is a
You
cool
can't
name.
tell me. You can't tell me you're not interested, guys.
No, I'm definitely interested in name. No,
But
doubt
okay,
about
We're
what-
that.
looking at
what
the,
I'll
the
do,
guest
I'll-
list. And
Okay,
I'm guessing
so-
that we are all kind of, bent over the guest list like that.
Sure.
I'm just looking for ourselves, trying to understand, like, how did they classified us? Like, what's our category?
Oh, you're
because
not
of
on
the-
it because this isn't even the complete guest list, but rather an extract of all of the people that Lord Fennec found interesting remotely, and you can still see that there are certain annotations. You just haven't had time yet because Lord Fennec was still recovering from the blow to his head to actually speak with him. But that's probably a thing you should consider doing before going to the Equinical to get his input on what are the actual priorities here, because you know as well as anyone that like actually investigating 75 people would not be feasible in an evening.
Yeah.
So you'll still need some direction.
I have another question. What about, remember Jean-Jacques? We had little platinum coins with Lord Bodan's head on them. Should we ask him about it?
Lord Bodan?
I mean, who else?
Do you know who he is, Barnack? Like, do you understand?
Yeah, but we are invited. I mean, we can talk to anyone, I hope.
Yeah, better from the straight source.
Yeah.
Jinjak's just shocked. He's like,
Core looks
don't
equally
just-
confused why it's not possible.
you don't just approach effectively one of the heads of state and ask them why their image appears on coins found in the possession of devilish agents working against the Republic. Like, you just can't do that type. Like, do you understand what the stadtholder means?
But we'll say we found the coin somewhere else.
But it is beside the point. You could
we can tell him-
disappear at the blink of an eye because he wished it. Like your entire family could just be gone because he wished it.
Oh, you mean he's
Like
very...
the most powerful person in the Republic.
I see.
Like, maybe not in terms of like,
Okay.
tradition, but
I will not personally approach Lord Bodan.
good. I mean, if you want to approach him, that's fine. Just approach him to like say, "What a wonderful person you are, Your Grace," or something. Like, just don't. Yeah, it would be a very ill-advised move politically and.
And
just-
if I want to keep living, okay.
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. So if I don't like any, okay, if I don't like anyone there, we can send them.
Yeah. I mean, he's the scum of this earth and needs to be removed from it, but also super powerful.
So he is the enemy.
Oh
That's
yeah,
what you're saying.
for sure. Yeah,
I think
and
that
he's
the
my
most
enemy. I
important-
don't know about you, but I would say so.
Okay, good to know.
The most important thing for us to remember here is just whatever happens, try not accomplish your goals to the top of your capabilities without getting us arrested or starting a brawl in the middle of the equipment.
No,
That's
no,
the
no,
most-
no brawls. I promise this. I bought really nice clothes. I will not sully them with blood. I do promise that. At least I will not start a brawl.
I cannot ask you to not get in trouble. I don't think that's possible, but
You know me.
limit it to the best of your capabilities. The amount of
boy.
trouble you're gonna cause everybody.
Okay. So what is my goal? Am I to guard Lord Fennec, Lord Storm, or am I to? I would like to also go and find Mr. Strauss, but that might also lead me.
If
Nowhere.
I may, just to provide some context, but from what Lord Fennec has told you so far and the nature of these events, they're very well guarded, right? Your primary concern will probably be getting your own stuff in, and finding a way past all the security. So there's not necessarily a need to be at their side. It's not likely that somebody at the event will actually assault Lord Fennec because it would be beyond belief for that to happen. So Lord Fennec is definitely not expecting you to, sit by his side like a puppy dog.
Yeah, I mean, I think your objective should be to investigate. All of ours should be. And I think we can't go in saying only or Turnog do the talking, because that way we're just limiting ourselves too much It's just more about thinking where and with whom you should apply yourself in terms of trying to find out, right? Like, it
Yeah.
doesn't make sense for you to go and talk to somebody like my cousin, who's the epitome of all of that is, wrong with high society. You should instead go talk to people who are a little bit more grounded, like that, realness that Barnack Stoneheart brings to the table.
Okay.
Also, who probably drink a lot, because
Yeah, that's. I was thinking that. Yeah, I'll find just people who drink a lot. We'll share
And
our
the
love
most
of drinks.
important concept for you all to grasp: doing more than one thing at a time. We are keeping an eye at Lord Phoenix. We are keeping an eye at Elena. We are keeping an eye at everybody. We are there
And
at work.
very good, very good
Core
point.
goes, but I only have 2 eyes.
Remember, Tarnok? We also might actually meet, even though we don't know, but meet the Rose. That is a huge possibility. So we need to be quiet. Well, we need to be wary of what we're saying.
Yeah. Most likely
keep
his
an
pedals
eye.
will be there too, right?
Yeah, and keeping an eye on whoever's keeping an eye on us. That's also super important.
Core, would the petals actually be here on or something? Well, at a happening like this one, or
Let's have a
wouldn't
look
the petals
What
be
Core's
more
understanding
of a?
is.
I'll be back in a second. I'm not
Wouldn't-
doing that, okay? Today,
Yeah, sure.
Just go to the bathroom.
Core shakes his head and says, I don't know. But I don't think so. Because
Yeah.
What's-His-Face told us that they were pretty
Brutes.
renowned criminals.
Yeah.
Argyle.
Not the type to show up in a
I would doubt it as well.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
But I am thinking, after our conversation last night, it might be entirely possible that the Rose does end up at the Equinical.
Yeah.
Because the more I think about it and the more I hear and see what they're capable of, I have a nagging suspicion that the Rose and whoever we thought of the proprietor, the person amongst the nobility and high society that is kind of guiding their hand, might be the same person. I think that the petals are the criminal element that get down into the gutter with everybody, but that the Rose might actually be one of the people at the party, like a member of high society.
If we can get someone in like a bathroom alone, if we could get everyone into the bathroom alone, but one at a time, and you could ask them, well, you could suggest that they tell you the truth if they're the Rose or not.
I think that would be decidedly unreasonable for him to come,
Well, we'll just
confirm.
narrow the list down to like
Yeah.
20 people or so.
Yeah, we can tell if they're lying, right? If they look nervous, if they look to the side,
What
could be
yeah.
lying.
One important question. While we're there, Tarnok, you said no problems. We shouldn't make any problems, and I promise I will try not to make any problems. But if we get insulted, my
You
fuse
swallow
isn't.
it, you
Okay.
swallow your pride, and you get insulted, and you earn that insult like a gentleman that you are.
Yeah, no, I will. But my question was, can I insult them back?
That depends.
No physical
Warnak.
play.
Yeah, but you do get insulted quite easily, even if people are not trying to say anything bad towards you. And this is not quite the environment where people, and I say that meaning no offense at all, there's not many people like you in this sort of events. In your own essence, you're pretty different than the people who are there right now. So they are going to say things to you that
Yeah.
are going to be extremely offensive.
Yeah.
That's what they do, and they may mean harm towards you, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because these people think they can do whatever they want. So
Yeah, I'll just
you
insult
would
them back if
kindly
I can.
accept that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll drink enough not to
How-
get.
How offensive do you think Jean-Pierre and I were towards one another when we were at dinner?
I don't know. You didn't actually say any offensive stuff. Like
You
you,
were-
didn't
you were
call each
fine.
other idiots.
Yeah, we did, but in
What?
the way
No,
that
you were
Yeah.
very loving to each other.
yeah, sure, we were,
Very
but
polite, yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, it's just the way that people insult each other among our.
not
Okay,
really
so I
bad.
might even not know that they're insulting you.
Yeah, I'm
That's
thinking
actually
you
good.
might miss it. Yeah,
That's actually good because if I don't know, I don't need to react.
exactly.
Just a brief, explanation regarding that. Jean-Jacques' cousin, the first thing he said when he looked at me was associating me and my kind to an event that almost ended the war. That was the first thing he mentioned when he saw me.
Lovable person.
So, yes,
Darn it.
and this
Darn
is going to happen a lot, I'm pretty sure, at the event. So, I'm just guessing, don't take anything personally. Like, they are going to associate you with your kind, they are going to associate you with your race, they are going to associate you with the way that you speak, they are going to judge you the entire time. And you should,
Accept it.
yes, exactly.
I'll try. Turnok, I've come to rely on your mind as your sword, so I will try.
Thank you.
It's
That's
a try.
actually very sweet.
But one last question from me to all of you. What if shit goes sideways? What if everything goes to shit?
We will not be armed, right?
I would like to be armed.
I don't know. How does that... in the Aquina Code, do people get
Well,
the privilege to carry their weapons?
We
Is
need
Some
to
people
find our
do.
own way.
Some people do, but we won't be getting it
Mm.
because we don't. Well, there's multiple reasons why that's problematic. Firstly, we're carrying contraband armor and weapons,
Exactly.
which we need to register with the state. So even if we were allowed to bring our weapons upon inspection, we would at least be fined, if not worse. And then secondly, there is no reason for us to get the approval for the carrying of weapons.
So
That
the
being
other
said,
shit won't go sideways. We have plan
Yes.
A and plan A.
yes, kind of. But that being said, and just we talked to Elena about registering our equipment.
Yes,
but
she'll
not
fast
about
track
bringing
you.
it into-
No, not bringing it in. That was going to be one of my questions at this point. Is there anything that you want to try? Any plans that you have to bring them in? Because you are completely correct that you'll be asked for permits and inspected and everything. So,
I
do
have
you
an
any
idea.
plans?
We do have a haversack.
which is magical in and of itself,
Yeah.
and would be inspected, and is not an item that those persons would be unfamiliar with.
Yeah, they know how a haversack looks like.
Okay, but no, it's fine. But we can have something that doesn't look like a weapon there. For example, something that can help you do your magic, Jean-Jacques.
Right, but just the haversack is like a huge ass rucksack, right?
It's a
Kevin?
pretty big one. It wouldn't be impossible to take inside. It's just that you would have to reveal everything inside.
Yeah, yeah.
It would effectively be turned inside out to reveal everything.
I am going to go and speak with Lady Elena in a few hours on another matter, and I can inquire with her if she would be able to assist us with bringing in the haversack inside. There was another thought that I had a while back of trying to get one of the servants persuaded with my talents.
If I may,
Go ahead.
you do know that one of the people in this group has a master who will be sneaking in as a servant.
Just waiting for an opening for that. Yes. I interject and I say we may be able to contact Master Kale before the event starts. And, well, he could slip it in through the back.
I mean,
I know, I'm a 12-year-old, but come on.
As soon as I said it, I was like, uh-oh.
jingle music plays in the background.
Anyway, please continue.
I mean,
He could help us getting things inside. He's going to be working as a member of the kitchen staff. So I think that another sack would go unnoticed with him. So that may also help. I can go, if you may, I can go a little bit earlier than usual, ahead of all of you and try to contact him.
why wouldn't we just do it right after this meeting? Isn't he at the brothel still? Or do you think he's
No.
already? Oh, he's probably already
I
there
think
working.
he must be already there, right? Working
Right.
with traps. So I would go straight to there and try to contact him.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he's working as the kitchen staff, he'd already be there. If I'm within 100 or so feet, and I know his general location, I could probably call him out, but that would be, you know,
Probably
based
be
on a
like
lot
half
of-
an hour just pointing in different
Yeah.
directions at the structure.
Yeah, I can accompany you. We can accompany you to your appointment this afternoon. Of course, I have no interest in taking part in your personal matters. I won't interfere at all. Just as a matter of us to remain together, and then we can go by the event's location and attempt to find him. We might get lucky, but if we're not lucky, we'll need you.
Yeah. Well, I think we can certainly keep nearby, but as far as meeting with Elena, I prefer to do that alone.
No, I have no intentions on actually taking part of the meeting. It's just going
Understand.
with you to the...
Yeah. I just also wanted to say I don't think, yeah, me casting my message spell will probably take a while. So that's what I was saying. Like, if we can figure out a way to do it more easily, that would probably be better. Because the
Do
likelihood
I
of
remember
me,
anything, Kevin? Like, do me and Master KO had a way to communicate, and is that something that
Well,
I don't know? But
No, not explicitly, because he told you about his plans to enter, but you guys never actually discussed, needing to work together before the exchange would happen. However, it does make sense, because probably the more you think about it, you also realize that there's a good chance of some kind of confrontation if things go badly. Because this is definitely, a highly illegal matter happening very close to some important business. So they're probably not going to be unprotected. But as for contacting Master KO, I mean, you could just approach and see if people have family that work there all the time, and they go and they meet for lunch, or they need to drop something off or whatever. So it's not like it's completely closed off. It's more that you just need to go through the right channels and maybe have the right story ready, in case somebody asks what you're doing.
Yeah, sure. I was just wondering, right, if it would be that difficult to actually get to, the employees' entrance, and
I don't think
just
so. Not
slip in and
necessarily.
talk to them. Yeah. So I won't have back in character with the group. I will go and try to talk to him. However, I won't bring the haversack with me yet. I'll just try to talk to him, see if he's able to help us, and if he is, before the actual event starts, we'll slip the haversack to him and find a way to have access to it inside. Okay?
we should get some things out of the haversack.
Oh yeah.
Just
Well,
in
we need to put
case.
some things into the haversack as well.
Exactly.
Like
Exactly.
So just putting it out there. If something goes wrong, let's say with Master KO and him bringing in this sack, we would be effectively leaving our weapons and armor and magical items that are meant to, guide us through a lot in the future somewhere in the palace. Just, I think it's a good idea and that we should do it, but I'm just setting up so that you all understand what is at stake.
Oh, thank you so much for the encouragement words. It helped a
Well,
lot.
I'm not, yeah. I kind of shrug.
You don't need to have a rebuttal for everything, Jack. It's okay.
Okay. Then we can try the haversack and see if that works. If that doesn't work, we'll just we'll do what we always do. Get by.
One more really important thing. Don't get jumpy if one of us gets arrested. Don't.
Oh no.
Don't.
No.
Because you won't be able to stop any of us of actually getting arrested. So accept it if that happens, and the other ones who remain free will deal with that later. But don't get jumpy if you're
Also, please don't get arrested.
yes.
Yeah, I was about to say, may I get jumpy if I get arrested? Just like to. Yeah, I'll go easily. Okay, doesn't matter. What I was going to suggest though, before we leave the Equinical, Jean-Jacques, perhaps saving one of your message spells and messaging random people there with something that we might want to say to them. Like, for example, to Lord Bodan saying, hey, Crimson Rose says hi. Or things like that, just to spur a bit of chaos there. I mean, it's a very good idea. Just think about it. Doesn't have to be Lord Bodan, though. I'm just putting it out there. But someone else, if we start suspecting someone, I know that you can do it silently.
I know what you did last summer.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that's because you can do it silently, right?
Well, yeah, I can do those completely without giving away that I'm doing something.
Yeah. Or because you can suggest things for people to do. If you can do that silently as well, if we are 100% sure that we have our culprit, or that we might have found a Crimson Rose even, we can tell them. Yeah, Scarlet Rose. Okay. Wait, no, it's for Barnack. Still Crimson Rose. It's red sashels.
Okay.
Scarlet Rose.
That's fine.
That's red.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, but so if we find out who that is, you might be able to suggest that they announce it very loudly.
Right. There are limitations to the magic that I can do. They have to consider the request reasonable. So announcing to the entire Equinical that they are the criminal mastermind that has taken over the city might seem a tad bit unreasonable.
Yeah.
Unless they are not, and they make a joke out of it, for example. But I will keep your suggestions in mind. Thank you.
Yeah. The message thing though is still very.
Yes, if I want to creep somebody out, I can always do that.
Yeah, you can mutate your voice and say
all right,
Scarlet Rose says hi.
Is there anything else that you guys specifically want to discuss at this point? Any points that we
have a
need to
drink
raise?
after the sudden realization that this is a suicide mission.
Sure.
Yeah, just one thing.
Okay.
Barnack or Tani, which one of you, two of you wants to go with me on the spy mission of going to the offices and investigating whether we can find evidence of Elena's husband talking to the three individuals? We'll have to go sneaking around the palace, probably unlocking some locked doors, searching for information and things like that. So which of the two of you would like to do that versus stay at the party?
I like
Well-
sneaking, but
Yeah. I mean, it's up to you. Do you need to be more sneaky?
But I'm
or
asking
do
you as
need-
Nicola, to be honest. Like, I just want to know
Uh-huh.
which of two of you, as a player, wants to do it more, because
I want to do both. But yeah, if let's see how it goes there, and then
Okay.
once we get there, we'll see if it's too many, let's say, guards, then sneakiness won't really help you.
Okay.
Maybe knocking some out might help more. So
Well, we'll be invisible. That's the point. Like, whoever it is, I'll turn both of us
Oh.
invisible,
oh
because I can do that.
yeah,
But
we'll
Okay.
leave it hanging for now.
But let's say Tani, and then Barnak, depending on how things unfold. So Tani is the
Okay.
prep.
I'm the backup
I
plan.
could take both of you as well, but that would be only once, and we'd be
No, no, no.
stuck if we get
No, no, it's fine.
uninvisibled. So
It's fine. It's fine.
All right.
oh, I do want to talk with Finn.
Okay. Do you
before-
want to grab him before he sits down at the table with all of you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. You know, you see him kind of wrapping up. Like, the lunch rush has sort of come to at least to a slow. People are eating, talking, chatting. There's a very nice, cozy sense to the whole inn. Fire crackling on the hearth. Everyone has good food, good drink. And Finn, like, is just probably cleaning up a little bit before he comes over. He has already got, you see, 6 mugs set ready with ale in it, which he's probably about to carry over to you guys when you walk up to, and he comes over and you guys kind of stand at that little bit of the bar where he can walk through, and he leans in and he goes, yeah? You alright?
Yeah, as much as I can be right now. But your letter, it sounded like you had something to say.
Well, I do. I apologize. I was perhaps a little more urgent. It sounded a bit more urgent than it actually is, but I'm just a little worried about all of you, and I wanted to sit you down and see how you're actually doing. I'm hearing some troubling things, and I've seen some troubling things over the past week here, and well, come on, let's go. And he picks up the tray,
Okay.
and he just actually gestures for you to come along.
I gesture like offering to carry the tray and stuff as we walk.
He actually looks offended, you know, as if he's too old for it, and he's just like, no, it's mine. It's my job, not yours. You don't work here anymore. You're not getting my tips.
It's a habit, sorry.
And he goes over and he looks over at Remy and realizes he's forgotten a drink, and he just looks really sadly at his own mug, and then he offers one to Remy and one to everybody else, and he sits alone without a mug at the table. And he looks around a bit, and you can see he becomes a bit apprehensive because, of course, he doesn't have the relationship he has with Tani, with all of you. But he clears his throat, and there's, again, like, this is kind of very easygoing atmosphere in the tavern. You don't have the sense that you're being observed or overheard or anything like that. But he still lowers his voice just a little bit as he addresses all of you. And he begins, a little awkwardly. You can tell this is not necessarily his specialty. But you see a concerned, slightly elderly, very bulky dwarf trying to address you. And he starts with, alright, well, thank you for coming here. I'm just happy to see you guys. I hope you're doing okay. But, I just wanted to ask, what is going on with you guys? You left so quickly after everything that happened, but I'm worried. I'm hearing things, and things are going down in the city, and buildings burning down, and I have this... I used to know some people, and let's just say anytime anything happened and they were around, it was usually their doing, and I'm getting the same sort of vibe from all of you. So what's going on? Is there, you can trust me, just ask Tani, but tell me as much or as little. But I'm worried about all of you.
What have you
Feel
been
like you're-
hearing? What are
That
people
you're-
saying?
Well, I mean, the fires. You heard the asylum that burnt down, and well, okay, you'll have to forgive me. I haven't had anyone spying on you, but I have asked around a bit. about what you were up to. Ashen Hearts, you know, anyone talking about you or whatever. And word has it you're getting caught up in some big business. I don't know what it is, because, you know, that's not the kind of sources I have. But there's definitely talk that Ashen Hearts and important stuff are connected. And that's fine. You do you. You know what's good for you, but I'm worried about you. And I know the city a little bit, and I know that there's only trouble out there. So I just wanted to ask, first, if you guys are alright, and second, if I can help with anything.
And big business come to us. It's not like we are actively searching for.
I'll believe that. You, and he kind of looks around the table. You seem like the lot at this point, but nevertheless, even if big business comes to you, doesn't mean you have to embrace it. Don't forget that. You have a choice, alright? You always have a choice. But my offer stands. Is there anything I can help you with? Anything... I know a little bit of Tani's story. I don't know the rest of you that well, but I'd like to. You seem like good folk, and I like helping good folk, so... Is there anything I can help you with? Anything you need? A shoulder to cry on. I've got a big one.
Well,
Turnock remains silent.
Okay. He looks genuinely very worried. Like, you don't even have to roll for it, but like straight up, any insight that you have into this dwarf is like he looks just really worried about, you know, Tani especially, but also the friends of Tani, and kind of what you're dragging her into, maybe the way that he sees it. But he's not disapproving. He's just offering, you know, what he can.
I would say something, but I remembered that you guys told me, like, don't say every detail. So
Okay.
I'm waiting to see who says something.
Well, is it obvious that Tani's like battling with herself?
Yeah. She's like opening, then looking aside.
Jean-Jacques looks at her and he says, like, Finn's a different kind of story, Tani. I think you can be opener, more open than I suggested previously. So if there's something you want to share with Finn, I would be fine with it.
Well, just the previous days. Well, you know, you mentioned that building that burned down.
Aye.
There were giant spiders from other.
You see, like,
Faces.
visible recoil in his face, and you get the impression that he has a very similar opinion of spiders as Turnock does. And you see him just kind of like,
Mm-hmm.
how you big?
Well-
okay, no, I saw
Yeah.
you looking, Jean-Jacques. No, no more details. But it burnt down, right?
Yeah, but we were there
Th-
before.
there were some small ones in eggs as well.
Yeah, I saw one really small, but then
But it's gone. There's no more.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
we killed some eggs.
that's good, right? And then the fire started, I guess, to get rid of all the spiders.
Well, we weren't there doing the fire, but
Hmm.
one of our freelancer missions, we had to rescue someone from there,
Well, that's good.
and
Yeah,
then,
the pest control team came in and, well, took care of it after we'd done our business.
yeah, and then we
Alright.
went to a lord's estate for the night instead of coming here. Part of her contract, and in the middle of the early morning, well, I heard some crunching in the snow, and I opened the door, and there they were, and they
Who?
had, and I gestured toward my torso. and-
Okay.
You're familiar with them.
Argyle.
One of them specifically, yes.
Yeah, one of the dudes that came over here that other day, strutting his stuff.
Right. And how did that turn out?
Not good for him.
And why was he interested in you or your employer? I thought he only did small business.
Well, our employer remains unclear. His boss got an order to kidnap the wife of our employer
Right.
for blackmail, and then us because we were asking around about the big boss.
They knew.
And do you need to find out about this big boss? Like, what's your connection? Why? I mean, I don't begrudge you it, but it's. I've been on the fringes, and it's not been pleasant. I can't imagine diving headfirst into the fray will be any better for all of you.
Kind of look towards the rest, see if they have any intention of speaking up.
I mouth the word apple, and then raise one eyebrow.
As I think that we will end up boring poor Finn with that amount of details. Honestly, Finn is just business and business only. We do have our own struggles here, but I believe we'll be able to figure out. I apologize if I'm being rude here, but
That's fine.
this is classified information to some point.
He smirks and he nods. He looks around the table one more time. He says, "That's your choice, but I'm still here to help. So if you need anything, even if it's just a place to hide after you get up to some mischief," and he looks around, he lets that kind of lie for a moment. My place is open to you guys. But take care of yourself, alright?
Wait, Finn, do you maybe know who the big boss is?
What, the bros? No.
Yeah.
Nope. No, those days for me are behind me. And the only thing I do is make sure that my tavern stays open. And
Okay.
doesn't pay the likes of them.
That's one of the greatest things that you could do for us.
That's what I'm here for. Alright, well, that's all I wanted to do. Quick sanity check. It's good, especially for the likes of you. Jean-Jacques, you had something to say?
I was just wondering how you are doing, friend, because you're worried about us, but a few days ago you were in quite a bit of trouble yourself.
He genuinely kind of almost chuckles to himself. And he goes, I reckon you haven't got quite the perspective on that situation. But trust me, I'm doing just fine. Nothing to worry about.
And so I kind of look over his extreme, I would assume what is a powerful build and that he has this
Yeah.
air around him that he's strong and stuff. And I say, I was not worried about you handling that particular situation so much as what's behind it. But as you trust us, I'll trust you that everything's taken care of.
Would the tavern be all right? It won't be destroyed, right?
Oh no, this place is quite well protected. You've got nothing to worry about. It's just that little Argyle wasn't aware of the situation. And the situation is they leave me alone, I leave them alone. And that's it. As far as I understand, the big boss knows that, even though we haven't spoken personally. But I made sure to make that message clear early on. In any case, yeah, that's pretty much it. As you can see, and he kind of looks around. I've got plenty to do, but if you get into any trouble and you do need some help, I'm an old man, but I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. So just come by, and we'll figure it out. And he stands up. He looks over and he starts kind of collecting the mugs and stuff like that. That you guys have already drunk, and starts to head back to the bar. All right. So, what do you guys want to do next? You've probably got some time to still kill here at the tavern, but you do have the appointment with Elena coming up, and I believe that someone also wanted to go and check on the Solidariat and see if you can connect with KO.
Jean-Jacques, before you leave, do you think it's possible to teach me your spell message? For no reason whatsoever.
Not Not today, Barnack.
Okay.
The magic that I wield is not very teachable anyway, but even if I were to attempt, it would take much longer than a couple hours. I'm
Okay.
afraid.
Okay.
All
I
right.
send him a message and say, but maybe one day.
That would be cool.
Yeah, I'll whisper. Okay. Good.
He doesn't even think it back, just whispers it.
Yeah.
Such a Barnack move. Okay. Well then, where do you guys go
I'll also
first?
Send you something. I'll send you something, Kevin.
Sure.
I would be going to Elena's.
Okay.
So I don't know if the rest will follow along and wait for me outside or whatever.
Yeah, well, no, I think I'll go alone to Solidarity anyway. I don't think that we'll waste less time. We'll get things done quicker. So I'll go
Alright.
alone and try to locate Master King.
Alright, so Turnok is heading over to the Solidariat, and Jean-Jacques is heading over to Elena Sordenbrand's house. Tani and Barnack, is there anything specific that you guys want to do in this time, or do you just wait for them to come back?
I would like to ask, well, Tani, do you think that we should take out the platinum pieces that we have in our haversack before they come back? Because I don't think we should have that. If they find it, we want that still. That's like an important thing.
Yeah. We don't want to lose that. Sorry.
Yeah, because we have a few things in this haversack that we don't want to lose. Well, we don't want to lose anything, but some of these things are actually pretty valuable.
Yeah. So before I go, Kevin, would my robe of the Archmage would obviously be noticed, right? I can't just wear that as my formal attire. Like it would.
No, it would be noticed due to its heavily magical nature, and then you'd be
Okay.
questioned on, do you have... You would probably be able to wear it inside if it was a legal item, but your current predicament is that it's not technically
I'm
legal.
guessing same for my Bloodwell.
Yeah, that one would be a little more questionable to begin with.
Okay. So I will leave. Oh God.
You don't have to. You can try other things if you're not comfortable. But
No, it's just I'm looking at my spell on my list of items now, and the Ring of Oberon. I would also probably ping, but I really don't want to take that off.
yeah, but like enchanted rings are probably, they'd probably have to identify it, and that would be one thing. It is technically still illegal, so. Yeah.
And Jacques, you can say that ring is a family heirloom.
It
Not
would
your
be
family.
registered then.
Yeah, not your
Not my
family,
family.
though. Yeah. You
No,
just found
no.
a family heirloom.
Let me one moment, and I go to my mind space, and I'll be Mon ami.
Yes.
I have a curious question. Is there perhaps a way for you to hide yourself?
Do you mean to become less visible than I already am?
Correct. On my finger. Is there a way for you to become unseen or undetectable?
Only if you become undetectable.
I might need to take you off.
You will not put me aside, I hope.
Only temporarily, until I am able to pick you up again. But it is not my intention to put you aside permanently.
Roll persuasion.
Okay.
And while you're doing that, I like just elbow Tanya. Like, he's doing that weird thing again.
15.
Yeah, he's talking to that ring that has a voice but doesn't have a mouth.
I still don't believe that has a voice. I think he's just making a joke like of a century still.
Okay. Jean-Jacques, could you roll a wisdom saving throw?
Yeah. Oh, not great. Not great. This would be a magical effect, I would assume.
It is a charm effect, in fact, so you do have advantage, I believe.
Okay. And I have a bonus of +2. So.
And Core is
Still
beside you
awkward.
as well.
So 7, 9
Plus 2.
plus 2, 11 plus something from core.
Oh,
which I
that's
think
the
would
plus
be
2 from Core.
Well, a rope of the Archmage gives me
Oh, okay, so
another
13
2.
then, because Core
13
has
total.
two charisma.
Yeah.
Okay, you hear his voice, and for a moment you don't understand what he's saying, but then it kind of starts to translate itself, and it seems that he's speaking like ancient Elvish. And he says, I suggest that if you put me aside, that you make sure to pick me up again before the end of the night. And that's it. But you definitely, you feel this kind of compulsion, and there is an awareness, like you're aware enough to say like there's something kind of driving you to question it. But you can, well, how you want to deal with that is up to you, of course.
He kind of like gets silent for only but a brief moment and says, but of course, you are my friend, and I will need you dearly in the days to come. And I'm being honest in case.
Okay. Yeah.
There's
You get the sense of like somebody nodding along to the conversation, but he doesn't say anything else to you in your mind anymore.
Yeah. So I will take off my robes, probably like, privately and stuff. Take off my robes, my Bloodwell amulet, and the ring, and put them in the haversack.
All right.
Actually,
I'm just holding it like this. Yeah.
Actually, I will do that with the robes and the Bloodwell amulet, but I will give the ring. I will ask Finn. No, I won't. No, I don't know. Fuck.
Finn won't wear it if you ask.
I will ask Finn to keep something hidden for me and ask him not to look at it.
Of course, not a problem.
And then I'll put the ring in a pouch or something and give it for Finn to put aside.
He weighs it briefly. How valuable? Just generally under counter kind of valuable or safe kind of valuable?
Safe kind of valuable.
Good. Disappears into the bag.
Thank you, Finn.
And deposits it.
Yeah.
Alright, so Jean-Jacques' magical items are there, and I presume that in that time you probably dressed as well in your formal attire.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Alright, so you guys set out from the Stormcrow Tavern.
I am wearing my arcane focus, which is just a crystal.
Yeah.
Which I would imagine is registered because I've had it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I purchased, Okay.
All right. Let's see here. Okay, so we'll start with Jean-Jacques. You take probably at this point a carriage with the road still icy. Everything is kind of uncertain, but the more expensive carriages and horse-drawn carriages have had their wheels enchanted and the horses' hooves enchanted to have proper grip. So they can pull you through the city at a price of, let's say, for this ride, it'll be two guilders to get you across. And that gets you into the cross where Elena has her house, or it's more like a small mansion as well. It's still crammed into a street, but it's like one of those very tall New York-like buildings. What are they called? The brownstones. It's a very beautiful home. And when you arrive there and you knock at the door, a servant opens the door, and he looks you over for a moment and he says, "You must be Mr." And he, you see him briefly look at something, maybe a small piece of paper in his hand. "Mr. Dupois?"
That is correct.
Excellent. Please come in. Lady Soderbrand extends her apologies that she's not able to be here personally, but she has arranged for you to speak with, and he looks again, your mother, I believe. You will be able to make use of our echo chamber. Please feel free to use it for as long as you need, although she does remind you that you are expected in time for the Equinical tonight.
Marvelous. Thank you very much.
Of course. And if you require anything else, you may speak to me, and I will make sure to get it for you if it is within my power. and he leads you into the house, into this kind of narrow corridor where the house is mainly vertical. So you have to climb 2 sets of stairs, and you come to a hallway where several rooms kind of branch off. And at the middle room, you see that it's quite a heavily fortified door, and there awaits a woman, seemingly a half-elf, currently in very formal robes of her own, but not resplendent like yours, just very formal, practical robes of a government official. And she's standing a little impatiently by the door. She looks over, nods at you, doesn't give her name, but as the door is unlocked for you, you find yourself entering a round chamber, which seems a little larger on the inside than it should be. And in the center of the chamber sits a stool in front of a body-high mirror there. And she gestures for you to sit. The servant already leaves outside again, and she begins to enchant a spell. And within about a minute or so, you see a kind of shimmering begin to appear. And it still takes a moment for the image to kind of form. In that time, the half-elf who's been helping you just turns to you and says, "You may speak for as long as you need. Simply notify me when you are done, and I will break the connection." And she leaves through the door as well. And as the mist in the mirror shimmers and forms, you see a unfamiliar chamber, but the visage of your mother sitting there. And perhaps, since it is a character from your background, perhaps you can briefly describe to us how Josephine appears here before Jean-Jacques.
Oh, nice. Well, I imagine she's in her, well, probably late 90s at this point, as a half elf, maybe like early hundreds. So she has like a bit of gray in her hair, and I imagine almost like stark, very very dark black hair with like one plume of white. Yeah, immaculately, like maybe like in a bun or whatever is the fashion at the time. Every hair in its place. Modest makeup just to kind of accentuate the natural beauty that she has. I kind of imagine her as Lady Stark from Game of Thrones. Something like that. So very kind of regal, very stern bearing. Average height, probably dressed in formal wear, even though she's at home, but something that denotes her power and her station. And I imagine her demeanor, even in privacy, is still very stiff, very regal, and kind of like uptight. And also, I'll add, is the chair that I was sitting on as she left, is that like bolted to the ground, or is it like
no, it's quite a nice footstool, essentially. Well,
Gotcha.
Probably closer to an ottoman, actually. That you can just move around, or even just move out of the way and stand in front of the mirror if you prefer.
Yeah, I will move it out of the way, and I will actually kneel on one knee and with like a hand on the ground and bow my head as she appears in the mirror.
Okay. You see her kind of looking off in the distance, and though the room is unfamiliar to you, knowing your mother, she's probably looking at something, but also striking a pose for good measure. And when she looks over, you just hear the briefest the briefest sound of acknowledgement, and you know that's the time for you to at least look at her properly, and perhaps stand if she looks approvingly enough. Which in this case she does appear to have not a happy expression, that would be unfamiliar, but definitely a very slight. Well, neutrality is probably already approval on her face.
Yeah. So I will stand up, and Jean-Jacques' bearing is very similarly to her own, very much proper. Stands like almost as like a soldier, but like the honor guard. Very straight, perfect pose, with a slight bit of deference, but still standing tall, as she has been, as she has taught him. And he kind of looks at her, and waits for either a nod or approval, or for her to speak first, because I imagine she would always be the first to speak
Mhm.
whenever they interact.
She allows it to linger for a moment. She even takes the time to, look at her fingernails, look them through, adjusts, a necklace around her neck, and then looks at Jean-Jacques again. Well, Jean-Jacques, to what do I owe this pleasure?
It is good to see you, Mother. I uncovered certain information along my travels recently and wanted to speak to you to appraise you because I have not had the time to head back, nor will I soon, I suspect.
Indeed, it has been a long time since I have received a proper update from you, but this can be excused for now. What have you found?
I kind of look around and may I speak completely freely?
She looks over out of frame at something, and she just gives a slight nod, and you hear a door close, and then she looks back to you and she nods as well.
So the first thing that I would like to appraise you of is that the offices of the freelancers in Watchhold are currently being headed or run by an imperial spy. The overseer known as, what is his name?
Horn.
Horn. Overseer Horn has been confirmed to be an imperial agent that has infiltrated the freelancers for a number of years now. He is aware that I am aware of his true identity, so we can potentially use that in our favor moving forward.
For what purposes have you left him in his place now? Explain your
I-
thoughts.
Very well. I thought it prudent to know that an enemy is amongst us and potentially use him for our own gains, as he is aware that his position is compromised and that I know his true identity. So if needed, we can use him to either undermine that outpost or to further influence the development of Watchhold.
Very good. What else have you found?
Well, the next bit is a bit strange, so please bear with me. I know that you are not a fan of
The ridiculous? The
Yes,
ridiculous notions that you come up with sometimes?
Correct, Mother. And recently my friends and I, my companions and I, liberated the fortress town or fortress island of
Fort Orange.
Fort Orange, as they were beset by some form of undead creatures. But beneath this place, we found two very interesting things. One is an aboleth by the name of Pax, who tried to make a deal with my companions and I for services rendered against, well, all deities and demigods and other forces that are trying to influence our world. I can give you more detailed information at another time, perhaps, if you are interested. And we also uncovered a portal into a strange realm that we ventured into. In this realm, and I give her a more accurate depiction of the realm, explaining the mirrors and everything.
Okay.
We were confronted by the image of none other than Edeah herself.
Indeed. And what cause have you to think that this is all true? And anything more than a figment of your imagination? You have a good imagination, Jean-Jacques.
Yes, I have been known to have one. However, it was also seen by others in my group, and the events have been universally the same. I have no reason to believe that this was only a figment of my own imagination. If it were, it would have been all of ours, but we have also seen one such portal here in Postizia. And it was unfortunately closed by Lady Elena before I could investigate further.
Have you the means of opening another such portal?
Not at this time, I'm afraid, but I hope to find some.
No. Put it out of your mind. I will
Understood.
pass it on to one of your siblings. I want you focused on matters in Postizia. Things are becoming precarious, especially with the peace delegation coming up soon. Have you been in contact with your cousin? I understand he is also very active at the moment.
Yes, I have, and he has made your wishes clear to me. It will be taken care of. Atticus Hope will be kicked off the peace delegation following the Aquinical.
Excellent. Is there anything else you wish to tell me?
He kind of pauses for a moment. No, that will be it, Mother.
Good. Now, then I will update you on the matters that pertain to your missions. You will know, perhaps already, that there is unrest in the east. Ostrozia's court is in disarray, and there is rumor that there will be another heir of Ostroland. I want you to be very, very careful about this news. And if you find out anything more, especially in Postizia, where the heir is supposed to be now, do everything in your power to prevent their return. A powerful and united Ostrozia would be a thorn in our side, and they may just decide that they must grow big enough to oppose the Empire directly, rather than work with us. Keep them weak and on our side. Do you understand?
I understand, Mother.
Good. She thinks it over for a moment longer. That is all that you need to know. But I wish to ask. And you see a crack in her veneer that maybe has only happened 3 or 4 times in your entire life. But she turns and faces you directly. And she says, "Have you heard of Jean Gerard? Have you had any news? I sent him to Ulthas some months ago, and he has gone silent."
He looks at her and, well, I had kept this to myself for fear that it was too ephemeral. However, I do believe that the events that transpired in this other realm where I met Aratia herself are true, based on the accounts of my peers. And in there I did see Jean Gerard captured in a cell and dying.
There's no change in the expression on her face. She takes a moment to process the news, or the information that you've provided her. And she just looks you in the eye, and she says, "Please pass this along to your cousin, and make sure that he launches an inquiry. And impress upon him that if he cannot send someone, that I expect him to go himself and find out what happened. This will
Understood.
come before all other matters, if he cannot accomplish it at a distance. And I expect you to assist him, wherever possible, within reason. You have your missions."
Understood, Mother.
Good.
I'm so sorry, but the door is...
That's okay.
I need to
Go ahead.
open it. Yeah.
All right. Whew. So yeah, that's Jean-Jacques' mother. Not necessarily the warmest person in the world. Holy cow! Thank you for the gifted sub, and for hanging out, all you guys. We will be going to our break soon, but I really want to get to Turnock real quick. So while Jean-Jacques and Nicolas are fetching food, Turnock, you make it to the Solidariat, or at least to the area around, right? So you make it into the first district. You see everywhere that, first of all, police presence is higher. So black hats are in every corner, and they're not, the usual black hats kind of lounging about or strolling from place to place. They're, in proper attire. They've got a weapon at their side, a dagger on the other side, and they've got a musket that leans against their shoulder, and they stand at attention in in most of the streets. And as you get to the
used to that to the presence of fire weapons, or am I like?
It is this kind of display is newer. It's not completely impossible. And you've seen them on several black hats before, but they're typically the heavy, heavy weapons that come out if there's real danger, or for purposes like this where it's ceremonial.
Okay.
But yeah, you make it to the Solidariat. There's this huge building. It stretches out like a good half a mile in one direction, and you see there that most of the activities around the actual front entrance, but mostly that's police and security setting up and getting ready for the night. You also see that down by the river, so there's a street that runs along the side all the way down to the river, and you'd see barges still coming in, delivering last-minute goods, and making sure that the event is properly supplied for the evening. So if you were to find a servant's entrance, it would likely have to be on the north side, it doesn't matter to you necessarily, but on the far side of the building from where you are, by the river. So when I assume you go and have a look, right?
Yes. And I didn't know if I don't know if I specified that before, but I didn't go full armor. Like I am casually, not formally at all dressed as well. Like I still need to get ready for the event if that's.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. So you're kind of in a relatively casual outfit, right? From what I gather.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, you can make your way down, and you catch some looks, just like everybody is catching looks going through these streets at this point. This is a very large thoroughfare, probably one of the largest streets in the city, as it runs along the front part of the most important building. And then you turn away to the left, and with the Solidariat kind of towering over you on the left side, you make your way down that street, and it starts to become quite claustrophobic when the rest of the buildings on the right side also rise up and start blocking your view of the sky for a large part. But here you indeed see several carriages lined up down the street close to the riverfront, and you see there several, like a pair of large wide open doors through which people are currently just carrying all sorts of stuff under the very watchful guard of several black hat police officers. And you also see two people in one gnome and one half elf in these very dark kind of brownish black robes, with similar hats to the black hats, like these sort of beret type things, but they have a streak of white across them. If you like, you can make a very quick history check to see if you can recognize those.
22.
All right. 22, you said. Yeah, so you're not familiar with them necessarily, but you've heard of these in the city of Postizia and in the Republic at large. These are thaumaturges, so they're magical security, basically. They are very proficient in sniffing out anything magical, slipping by them and stuff like that. But yeah, police officers at the doors, servants going in and out from the carriages, and towards the barges as well. How do you approach the situation?
I was thinking, like, since the time that you said I needed to have a good story behind it, I was kind of trying to find something that was good enough, but it's being super hard.
I getcha.
What's Kao's first name again?
So his full name, let me drag him out onto the map for you so you can just read the whole thing. Wait, he's here. Cornerian.
Wait, I was not okay. Cornerian. Okay, so yes, I approach the guards and I say, and they are guarding the entrance to the building, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I approach the guards and I say, hello, good afternoon, gentlemen. Uh, I'm looking for Mr. Cornerian in the kitchen staff.
Right, what's your business here then?
Oh no, I'm a long-time friend, and I heard that he was working here tonight, and I just
Yeah,
wanted
okay, I
to.
don't care. You need me to get your friend?
Oh yeah, sure. Of course.
He grabs one of the servants that's coming out, like, this, you're probably talking to quite a large half-orc, and he just grabs one of the smaller people coming out, just drags them close, says, there a Canarian in there? The person just like, yeah. Go get him. And he just pushes them back inside. Very gruff and very much not up for business.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Move back 15 paces and wait.
Yeah, with I almost joke around, put my hands up and shit, and just start walking.
Yeah. He actually has one eye following you until you're standing there, but very quickly his attention shifts back to the stream of goods and things flowing in and out of the place. And it takes a good 15 minutes, actually, before the same person emerges and goes back to work, but Canarian comes after, and you can see him. He looks so different from usual. Like, he's a little hunched over. He's got a little bit of a limp as he walks. He's got like proper chef's attire on. He's got the hat on. He's got an eye patch over his bad eye, and he just kind of comes shuffling forward. And you overhear him asking the guard, like, excuse me? Somebody asked for me? And the guard just points him in your direction, and he comes shuffling over. And he's just like, oh, hello. And he kind of gestures you along to come with a bit further away. And when you're about 30 or 40 feet away, he just kind of stands there shivering a little bit. You can see the performance is quite real. But you can see his eye is very much alert, and he looks at you. What's going on? Something wrong?
Yes, I'm sorry to disturb this beautiful performance.
Okay, this is not the time for mockery, Tarnok.
Okay. How well do you know this place? I need to get a haversack in for the event tonight. I was wondering you might know about it.
He looks over his shoulder. How big is it? Is it the one that you carry? The one that your group usually has?
Yes, that one.
He looks over his shoulder again, like this very, very kind of tense thing, and he looks back at you. I can carry it in. I can get it carried inside, as long as you manage to slip it on board one of the carriages or barges. Okay.
When do you think that the barges leave? Because how before should I be here?
With the amount of supplies being brought in, I think that you have about an hour left before the last is in and these doors close.
I'll run back then and meet me here, exactly here in 45 minutes.
No, I won't be. I can tell someone to pick up the haversack, but it's up to you to slip them in. If they see me again, my cover will get blown. But where do you want me to leave it for you inside? By the way, just for reference, because previously, last week, I wasn't able to provide you with the handout that has the map on it. You do have the handout now, so feel free to look at it and tell me where you guys want it to be deposited.
Solidarian. Okay.
Yes, and it has, I think, numbers or markings for most of the locations.
And where am I right now?
You are currently in the northeast, so just looking at this map, in the top right corner, basically at the, roughly by the number 11.
Okay.
Yeah, let me actually switch this over to battle map and display the thing for everyone real quick. So, can I, no, like so. Yes.
I still see the Stormcrow Tavern on Roll20. That's normal, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So we transition here, and then do a quick interact.
This is a really hard question, Kevin.
I know. Okay. That's a bit too big, I would say. Oh, it doesn't enlarge, really? Okay, let me make this a bit smaller then, so it's actually viewable. But yeah, here's my crazy map. You guys won't be able to read all the markings, but here is the Solidariat in all its glory.
So I don't want him to carry it too long. Where would he would get in through 11?
Yeah, he would get it in through 11, and if you ask him, he will tell you that they have set up the, quote-unquote kitchens, because there's no kitchens to serve a festival this large. They've set up the kitchens in the Novidian court. So that would be where it would naturally go, but once it's there, I mean, he could slip by and get it to most locations there right now. It would just be difficult to do it further away, because the further away, the longer he has to travel to get there. But, he's a very capable type, so...
Yo, isn't this a good time for us to take our break?
Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. So, let me just really quickly then shift back. Jean-Jacques, you're here?
Yes.
I don't have people set up correctly on this overlay, I just realized. But regardless, you can be Tani for the moment.
Jacques. I'm a spy for the Republic.
Was there anything that you wanted to say to your mother? Well, to Jean-Jacques' mother, I apologize.
To mine?
No, I mean, I can give her a call for you if you like, but yeah, to Jean-Jacques' mother.
I don't... No.
Okay.
No.
All right, then.
Just,
Go ahead.
I will do what is necessary.
As is expected, Jean-Jacques. I wish you well. And she gets up and she steps away, and you see somebody else a moment later step into view and start disconnecting the echo chamber on her side. All right. Then with that, let's indeed go over to our break. How do you guys feel? Do you guys want the full 30 minutes, or should we make it like 20 minutes? How are we feeling about the whole thing?
Yeah, I just want some time to eat, and I can do that in 20 minutes. Okay?
All right, let's take 20 minutes then, and we'll be back at 8 p.m. CET, so in 20 minutes from now, with the rest of our very roleplay heavy story. But in the meantime, you guys, I will still be hanging out on the stream, so the only thing I'll do is grab a little bit to drink in literally 30 seconds, and then I'll be back. But I will see the rest of you in 20 minutes. All right.
Listen.
Let me mute all of you. Go. Okay, so that's me. And then let's go to this. Yes. No. All right. And now I need to add myself. One moment. Hold on. Okay. Sorry, struggling to find myself on the webcam is an interesting thing. Here we go. It is a lot, actually. I'm gonna add. Sorry, I'll mute myself here on thingy. There we go. It is a lot to deal with, right? I'm gonna add it as a Nightbot command as well, so you guys can actually watch or view the map directly. But I'm also gonna display it here. So let me do both of those things real quick. Image, new, Solidariat. But yeah, I am, the thing that I'm really excited about is I think I'm going to I have a lot of really detailed notes, and I'm going to share this probably once the Chronicle is over. I'm going to share these, not for my players to see, so they'll be forbidden. Don't you forget if you guys are listening. But I will share the notes and preparation and the map. Maybe, because I see a lot of people, they see it and they're really excited, and they go like, I wish I could, run something with that much intricacy. I'm like, why won't I just share it? And then people can just use that as a basic idea for doing something similar. Alright, here we go. It is in handouts. Here we go. Yes. Oh, that's big. There we go. A little smaller. It's not a perfect size fit, unfortunately, but there we go. Not listening at all. No, I mean, I'm not sharing it now, right? I'm just saying, in the future, I will be releasing this publicly, but it may still contain spoilers for the campaign as is. Wait. Oh, Tempest, hey! Sorry I didn't catch you there, but hi. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for the compliments, all of you. He is entirely trustworthy. Who's entirely trustworthy? Wait, who are you not trusting? I'm confused. He is somewhat trustworthy then. Probably not. Oh, no. Don't trust Jean-Jacques. Definitely don't trust Jean-Jacques. Never trust Nicolas' characters in general. It's just bad for business. Nicolas, I love you, but, your characters are evil and mean. No, I'm joking. Let's go here. Handouts, assets, and oh yeah. Oh shoot, I forgot to mention about the handout. But anyway, oh no, that's not the handout that I gave. So I uploaded the wrong file. Genius. Here we go. Yes, perfect. So copy image address and put that into a Nightbot command. Alright, submit. Oh shoot, no. I did that wrong. There we go. All right. Perfect. Jean-Jacques is a bait and switch. Seems like Nicolas' typical character, but is actually a really nice, kind person. I think a really good character like Nicolas usually makes has the depth to be both, right? To be struggling with that kind of conflict between that's very human, or in, like I like to say in my world, very mortal, in the sense that you have your base desires and drives that have no morality, and then you have the things that you feel are important, and then you have your own underlying values. So you have the things that you do by default, you have the things that you're brought up to do, and then you have the things that you think are actually right to do, and none of those oh, I didn't fucking transition it like a genius. Thank you for the heads up, but and for the curse word, but this is a mature rated stream, so fuck it. No, but yeah, so like I like that kind of juxtaposition, and in our, I think each of our characters in this game has that kind of complexity between those three layers of who you are. Well, yeah, I can say the F word. It's a normal word where I live, okay? You should hear teenagers here in the Netherlands speaking. Every third word is the F word. No, it's just a default setting, kind of. When I'm thinking too hard about the actual subject matter, I don't censor myself to, speak like a proper human being. That's not right. Okay, and currently... Okay, that's still fine. Same in London, yeah. But yeah, I know it's been a lot of talking so far, but I hope it's still really interesting because I'm really enjoying the roleplay. And just seeing these characters kind of try to get to grips with A, the enormity of what's happening, and B, trying to maneuver this complicated setting, I think is really what my campaign should be about. So I think we're all having fun. I hope you guys are too. But if anything's unclear, just please ask questions. I will even, if it's an important question that the stream should know about, I will happily address it during the game as well. The scale of this map. So let me quickly set the scale on the map that I have on Roll20 correctly, and then I can tell you exactly how wide it is with the measurement tool. One moment. So cell distance will be... But it will instead be... So, let me see here. Is this roughly? Yeah. So it is roughly... from left to right, I misspoke earlier. I said half a mile, but from left to right, it's about 600 meters, which would be... times 3 would be about 1950 to 2,000 feet from east to west. So you can kind of take that as your general measurement of how large everything is. Edeah's lawn is about 230 meters across. It's large, very large, but intended to be that way as well. Because, like each office is... oh, actually, hold on. That may come down to offices that are slightly too large. Oh, yeah. It is a former palace. I'm just measuring here on my little map. But yeah, some of the offices are a bit too big. So sorry, let me correct that actually. Let me correct that down just a tiny little bit. Yeah, no, the lawn is fine. That's where I actually got the measurement off as being correct. But the offices end up being a little too big, so I still want to have it that big. That makes this. This is still... How large is my room right now? This would be 3.5 meters, I think. So I'm almost there. Let's make it 10. The problem is just converting from feet to meters all of a sudden. It throws off my sense of scale. Okay. I think this is roughly correct. Yes. Okay, sorry. So here's the correct measurement. From east to west, it's about 260 meters. So it's about a third of what I said previously. Or close to a third. But yeah, that makes Edeah's lawn about 90 meters across. And Solidarity Hall, the largest hall in the building, about 80 meters across. And yeah, that makes sense. Yep. It is intended to be enormous, right? Because let me check. What I based it on is Westminster, and let me check how large it actually is. Not the city. The palace, please. I get that. It's just... I've no idea how large Westminster is, but anyway, about 260 meters forward, the Solidariat serves it well, and it gives all the rooms their proper space. You know, it's kind of cramped, but it still works. And the courts especially are large and, you know, needlessly spacious, taking away space from bureaucrats and people like that, as would happen in a place like this. And yeah, the Royal Gallery is about 38 meters across. It makes sense. I had intended to set that up earlier, but that's one of the things that slipped by me in the whole preparation stuff. But anyway, I'm going to go real quick and pick up something to drink, so I will be right back. Please stay with us. Oh, let me actually first set up a timer just so that we're clear on when we're back. Here we go. And add that thing. What are you doing? Here we go. Oh, my text here, I forgot to set it to returning. Silly me. You know, all those little details, but getting better at it. Boom. Alright, I will be right back. There we go. And I didn't put the timer because I didn't transition. A-okay. Still getting used to theater mode. Hey, Space Boy. Thanks for being here. If you're still here, if you can still hear me. But I really appreciate you hanging out. Let's Nicola, are you listening? By any chance in the stream chat? If so, could you make sure to tweet out when we're live again? Oh shit. Yeah, I killed my Zoom a little bit. It's my bad. Get to reload all of it. There we go. That's me. Now the others. You know, one misclick and you accidentally minimize the whole screen, and that's Zoom just fucked. This one is still fucked. Okay. There we go. But that's life. Huh? No. Why won't you work? There we go. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. Okay. Zoom becomes, yeah, it's just such a frustrating setting, and one that you can't turn off. The fact that Zoom minimizes, if you like, it minimizes into this tiny window instead of maintaining what it is when you minimize it. And I get it, it can be really helpful, but why not make it an option, you know? Why make it this annoying thing that you can't change? Okay, Bruno and oh fuck. Okay, weird. Okay, there we go. Now I hope everyone comes back in the right order, but I think, yeah, I can drag people around now in the Zoom window, so that's nice. And then we'll go back here as well and move everyone to the right places. Barnack is there. And our good friend Jean-Jacques. Alright. Hey you guys, let me know when you're back. Welcome back. Yeah, I'll unmute you guys on the stream at least. What do you think of my shirt, by the way? I'm repping a YouTuber here. But it gets better. I hope it shows. Yes. I can't turn that way and see it, but it says R.I.P. Bartholomew Chunga's Ginger Snap the Third. So if you're a fan of Timmy,
Bartholomew.
yes, if you're a fan of Timmy, then I am now also there.
The depths of Hades are better for having known you. Oh man, that's the funniest thing on the internet.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Okay. Kevin, on the stream it says returning in 59 minutes.
Oh yeah, it just loops over, dude. It's because we were returning now. Yeah, that's what clocks do when they finish what they're supposed to do. But we're back now. Let me make sure that you all are in the correct
Biscuit.
positions.
Damn you, Milosze. Damn you.
Um,
Choco biscuit.
Wait, I thought you were done eating for the night because you said you
I
had.
mean, nobody believes that.
I believed it.
Why?
I don't know. Apparently, I rolled a 1 on my insight check.
No. I didn't say done eating for the night. I said
Just for the next 10 minutes.
I was done with lunch before the stream.
Yeah, there was an implication that
Nope.
that would mean not needing to eat on
Nope.
stream.
Nope.
Not that it matters to me at all, but anyway. Welcome back, everyone. We are back with part 2 of Tales of Edeah. Today, on episode 7, we are preparing to attend the Equinical. So, we had just watched Jean-Jacques communicate with his mother in a though the characters are not aware, but in a telling display of the relationship that exists there, I think. And by the way, my compliments to you for how that went.
Likewise. That was awesome. Everything I wanted and more.
Yeah, I seem to have a knack for playing your parents. Maybe maybe there's a connection there.
Yeah. For everybody out there, my parents are wonderful people who are not at all like cold-hearted bastards.
Yeah. But then we also watched Turnock communicate briefly with KO in a very interesting old man guise as he works in the kitchens at the Solidariat for tonight. And you were informed, Turnock, that in order to get the haversack inside, you'll need to sneak it on board either one of the supply carriages or supply barges that are currently still bringing additional stuff to the Equinical grounds. So with that information in your pocket, you guys, I presume, reconnect in the very early afternoon. You're muted, Turnock.
I still need to peek where he's going to drop
Sure.
the
sure.
haversack. And, I think that room numbered 32.
Okay.
It's close. Yeah. I mean, looking at the general stuff, I believe that that's close enough to him and to us. I think. I don't know.
Room 32. Let me have a real quick look. So this
Right
is the
next to the Staridian court.
Okay. Room 32 is definitely possible. I seem to have closed my own one that has more information on it. 1 second.
Also right where Tovet Karen's office is, so that's convenient. Or nearby at least.
Yeah, that was my train of thought. Like, you're gonna go past there, so you can pick shit up.
If you inform him of that, I assume, in this scenario that the numbers are mainly there for us to understand what's going on, but you do have a guest map of the location with all of these locations unmarked. So you point at it, and he kind of looks at it for a moment, and he goes through his brain. He goes, "Oh, that I believe that office belongs to one Lady Sordenbrand." Seriously, you picked Sordenbrand's office. Out of 75 options, you picked the office of your employer.
No, you just made this up
No,
right now. There's no way.
No, if I could, in a very short amount of time, black out all of the other information on this overlay, literally, I'm reading here. Number 32, Office of Lady Elena Sordenbrand.
Perfect.
Well, that does sound like it does the trick perfectly, actually.
Well played. Well played, my friend.
This is passive wisdom.
Oh, man. Okay. So yeah, Lady Sordenbrand's office is the one that you choose. KO nods, and he's about to slap you on the shoulder like he usually does, and he catches himself so that he doesn't look too energetic. And he looks at the map one more time, nods to himself, and you see him kind of hunch over a little bit more, shiver a little bit more, and actually he very briefly, he has a bit of sweat on his brow just from he is working, and this also takes effort, and he actually wipes the sweat a bit, and he just waits for a moment, and you see, in the cold that it starts to kind of bead over a little bit and frost over, and then with that, and especially with the frost a little bit in his beard, he nods to you. All right, we're done here, right?
Yes, we are. See you later.
Be careful. And he turns over. He turns around. And he says, "All right, and then I will see you soon, son." And he just waves, and he starts shuffling over back to the, back to the Solidariat and into.
Now I'll rush back. I'll rush back. Like
Okay.
I'm not gonna walk,
I will say you guys probably find each other again at the Stormcrow. It's an easy enough meeting place, and it's fairly central compared to Lord Storm's, which is kind of a little bit more out of the way.
Yeah. So is everybody there, including Janjak? Everybody?
Yeah, I would say so. Kor, Barnak, and Tani probably never left and just have been kind of relaxing, playing cards or dice or whatever, and enjoying themselves.
Okay. So I just turn to them and I say, so, we are hiding the harbor stack, which Master KO already identified previously, so he will have no issues actually recognizing our harbor stack. And what we need to do is to actually sneak it into one of the barges, or one of the... What's the name again, Kevin? The other thing?
Supply carts, supply carriages.
Yeah. The supply carriages, and it needs to mingle amongst the other normal food supplies or party supplies, and he'll sneak that inside to us in a room right next to the Steridian port. I am not aware at this point that this is Elena's office, right?
Oh no, he said it to you. He asked you,
yeah.
Lady. I believe that is one Lady Elena Soderbrand's office.
So yes, he'll hit it in Elena's office, so that will be better definitely for us, because get caught up sneaking into, at least it's better in a friend's office than a random's office. So we'll have that, but we need to rush. We need to hurry because
we need to get the haversack on top of a barge.
Yeah.
Okay, quickly tell me what to get out of it first. I'll tell you what we have inside, because I still remember.
Yeah.
Weirdly, I'm the one that remembers this. But in our haversack, we do have the following.
Before you start listing it off, perhaps absolutely get everything outside except the gear that we'll need inside the palace.
Okay.
Would be my suggestion.
Do you want to do this in the main part of the tavern?
No.
Okay.
No, let's get
Definitely
upstairs
not.
quickly. Do it
That
in
seems
our room, and then, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we don't have that much in there, really.
What do some of the things?
That's a nice noise.
Yeah. So
There's a lot of gold in there. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Y'all have been getting
So-
paid.
Yeah. So we'll get all of the things out and then only put our equipment in.
Okay. Can you please send me the list of everything that you're taking out? And just send me the list on Discord, please, and tell me where you're
Yes.
storing it.
Oh, and we have the sword and the scabbard. What was the name?
Oh shit.
Oh,
You didn't write that down.
shit. I don't think I did. Yeah, the last... No, we didn't write it down.
I
because
believe
we
you
didn't
had the
put it in.
scabbard of Sahandrian and the
and
sword
the sword of
Kohandrian,
Kohandrian. Yeah.
depowered.
Let me...
You are a terrible haversacker.
You should sack him. Come
I'll
on.
have to.
I was right there.
Which one did we say? Scabbard of?
Sahandrian.
Sahandrian.
And
And this
sword
is the
of
last time I
Kohandrian.
can correct you on this, because from now on I will forget if you haven't written it down.
Yeah.
And if I
Yeah.
forget, then it doesn't exist.
Yes, scabbard and sword of
I have it written down, but
Oh.
I have to
Andrian.
sift through it.
inactive.
Well, maybe, Tani, for next week, you can just double check that it's the correct ones. Because I know you have the
Okay.
scabbard of one and the actual sword of the other.
Yeah.
But it'd be helpful to know which one exactly.
So We have gold, platinum, platinum Lord Bodan, and then we have a chunk of meteor, inactive monodrone, and assorted spare parts, core of a drone, JJ's Book of Timora, scabbard, and the sword.
I don't have anything of my interest in there, and I just hand
Does
out my
Finn?
sword.
Can we ask Finn if he has or rather, can we ask Finn if he has a chest which he can then put in his safe with all of these things, just for the night?
You can always ask.
Yeah, okay, Tani, you should do that because he likes you more.
Okay.
Oh, and also out of character, we have all those books that we found in the
Yeah.
office, and
Yeah.
I'm guessing the spider poison thing.
Spider poison is on me.
Oh, okay.
It's too
You're not
possessive.
sharing.
Yes.
It's my
Okay,
poison. Okay. Yeah, that won't be a problem. You can tap Finn, and he will obviously very gladly offer to store any number of items for you. In fact, he seems quite confident that he'll be able to do so safely.
While I ask him this, I want to tell him.
Okay.
Well, remember that time where you told me there was this friend that used to come with me?
Aye.
De Silimon? I found out. Well, we're going to this party tonight. This important thing. I'm guessing you know what it is.
I
And
know about the Equinical, yeah.
And I see that she's gonna be there. Just so I'm prepared. If she happens to see me mingling there, do you happen to know if she will react some sort of way?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know the girl personally.
Yeah, but I remember you told me that I told you that I should never let myself talk to her, or...
Well, yes. You told me not to let you find your way back to your past in any way possible, which included talking to her. But I don't know. I don't know what kind of person she was then or is now. I don't believe that she went through anything like what you did, but she definitely has got a connection to who you used to be.
Okay. Then
And
I guess I'll see.
I,
If she happens to see me...
I doubt she's going to react very publicly.
Okay.
The Clinical's too important, and I reckon she'd probably not be too keen on revealing that she's had associations with, well, the things that you know about your past already.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Finn, thank you so much. That's true.
You know, with old age comes wisdom. That's why I've got, like, a little bit.
Okay. And also, no, that's for later.
Alright.
Not during the haversacking.
Alright, anyway, anything you need me to store, just bring it down into the kitchen. I'll tell the girl to let you guys through, and I'll make sure it disappears.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Alright. So yeah, just go ahead and send me the list if you haven't yet, and
yeah, I'll just send you a screenshot.
No, that's
Yeah,
fine. I can look at it, but
as this, this is happening, and I'm already getting myself ready for the thing, right? My formal clothes and shit.
all right. So yeah, Tornok's getting dressed. Jean-Jacques. Wow, that's the first time in like 3 years that it's happened the other way around. But
Been a while, yeah.
yeah. But Jean-Jacques is already dressed, and I presume that in the process of depositing your weapons and armor into either the haversack or your valuables for Finn to disappear in whatever fashion that he seems to be able to do, that all of you are getting dressed and properly attired. The big question is, for me, how do you guys deal with Kor's armor? Does he take it with him, or would that be too much? Because, putting on armor during the Equinical may be awkward, because, a robe you can pass off as one thing, but full-on armor would be another thing entirely.
I don't think so.
That reminds me, what about our armor? Like, for example, I think, leather armor.
That would be up to you.
Yeah, we were not
Would it-
considering that you know.
Yeah.
Maybe your fancy garments can be made out of leather.
Well, it's too late now, though. Do you think? And I'll just like try the armor on and then the robes like on top. How do I look?
It's really tight, and you kind of stand like completely straight because you feel like if you start moving, that the very fine cloths and everything that's been woven into your formal wear might tear. Yeah, unfortunately, you guys didn't specify when you were having it made that it needed to fit over armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not.
Yeah.
Let's not.
No armor then. Perfect.
We're not looking for trouble. Remember that. It's even better that we don't have our armors. Otherwise, we
Trouble
might
usually
get
finds
more
us.
compelled.
I will say Core maybe throws this into the group. Okay, so we don't have to wear them, but we could still put them in the haversack in case we need them for a really bad situation.
Yeah, I would definitely suggest that we put it. Like, I know it will take him a while, but if something happens where we do have that time, it will be much worse if we didn't have the armor with us than if we did. So.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
And if we lose everything, we might as well lose everything.
Just a moment.
That's the spirit. Sure.
Well then, yeah. Armor in the haversack, everyone, and all the other things. Come on. No,
I'm
Jacques?
good. I'm unarmored anyway.
That's true, Tony. Core, thank you very much.
Core is very reluctant to part with everything, and it's also just a heap. It's not just like one or two items. It's like just goes on, and you just stand there as he just deposits different parts of his armor and his van braces and his, everything just gets pushed in there, and it takes like a good 5 minutes for him to get everything in.
Core, I think you don't need to take the ring off. I think that was for as our proper reward for the mission, so you don't have to take it off. Okay.
Still magical.
Okay.
Still draw attention.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Turnok, armor.
Yeah, I hand it to Barnek.
Perfect. Haversack is now perfect.
Okay.
So we have to get this to the barge.
So, by the way, to each of you individually, please also send me on Discord what your characters are individually now putting into the haversack. Just in case you do get it lost or forget it, right? I need to know every single item that you've put in there.
Okay, Kevin, then question, how do people look at normal, like, vials or normal bag of coins or signal whistles, like, or just flasks in general, normal flasks without
Or signal whistles, as if that were a totally normal thing to wear with oneself.
Let's put it that way. Or let's put it this way. Adventurers typically do not travel light, right? You have a whole arsenal of helpful things that you usually carry around just in case the situation arises in which you may need it. You are going to a formal event where the typical attendant will be carrying nothing except the clothes that they wear and whatever fits into their pockets. Anything in those pockets that will remotely draw attention will be probably either found or investigated. So if you have vials with poison in them, that may be problematic. Even if you bring vials with alcohol, like with your own alcohol in it, that will be questionable, because there, for somebody who isn't in your profession, and I think Barnek is pretty aware of this, in spite of the jokes that we sometimes make. But I think Barnek's pretty aware of this, that there is a very low threshold of the items that he can actually bring, because of the unusualness of what he usually carries with him.
Uh-oh. And Tony was planning on sneaking in her gloves inside of her pockets.
I mean, she can always try. It's not that you can't try, right? I'm not telling you guys don't do this, but
now she's wondering, would they know it's magical? Would they know it's gladiator's gloves?
Jean-Jacques would ask Remy, does he, explained the plan to him. Like, what I wanted to do is, like, slip that poison into the drink of Atticus Hope.
Oh wait, that's what you wanted him to do.
Yes.
No, he's
What did you
not going to
think?
be with you because this is where you part, so that he can go to his transaction and get you the money for his protection.
Oh,
Sorry, I
okay.
should have
I thought he
clarified
was going to be
that.
present at the thing.
No, he's hanging
Okay,
out right
then.
now, but after this, he's gonna be.
Then I will ask him to deposit maybe the haversack onto one of the barges. I think that would be a good thing for Remy to do. He's probably the best at doing that. I tell
Can
the
you
party.
roll a persuasion check?
Oh, okay. Well, I would first tell the party in case anybody
Okay, yeah,
objects
yeah.
to that.
I mean, I could probably do it, but if he does it, that would be better. Give me more time to get into these form of fucking clothes.
So,
They don't feel good, people. They
22.
don't feel good.
22. Okay. Yeah. No, he will agree. He takes a moment to think it over. You can see him kind of plotting his own route in his head. Right. He has business to attend to now. But he nods. He says, "Yeah, that's roughly in my direction. Not a problem."
All right. Thank you. And then we will meet up afterwards.
Um.
I mean,
Oh,
how
you
else
were
is he
asking
gonna
him.
pay us? Yeah.
No. Tomorrow morning, right?
Yes.
Definitely. Here. I'll be here. I should be
Right.
here tonight already, but, just in case. I will definitely be here tomorrow morning. And just to clarify, you're trusting the thief that you have been protecting and do not like with all of your most valuable magical items and the haversack.
Well,
I'm just checking, right? Just
I trust
confirming.
him. I don't know about the rest.
But yeah, I think, it's my question to the group is that because it's fine.
Jean-Jacques.
Nothing wrong with that.
Jean-Jacques, question though. Just a small question. He tried to kill me yesterday. Well, 2 days ago.
Well, he was mind controlled by a mechanical beetle.
Yeah, but if another mechanical beetle gets to him, he'll mind control all of our stuff away. We'll just say bye-bye to our stuff.
I mean,
You know what? I trust you.
Okay.
And I tell that to Jean-Jacques, not Remy.
it's
Also,
just
Kevin?
I'm just thinking like it will be hard. I thought he was going with us really, so I don't know.
You can still change your plan now if you wish.
Remy?
So.
Will
Yeah?
you take this and have it ready for us when we need it? Will you do this for us?
What do you mean have it ready for you? I was supposed to drop it on a...
Well, will you drop it off where it should
Yeah,
be and
yeah.
not look inside and not take anything?
Look, and he holds up his hands and he looks more earnest than you've seen him. He's like in a business mood, right? Like he's kind of trying to really be his best at the moment. So he looks around and he looks at Turnock especially. I don't know if any of you have any magic to determine truth or whatever, but apply it to me. I will put this thing exactly where you tell me to, and I will make sure that it's there for you tonight. That's it. Okay? I will not fuck around with it. I have no interest in what's inside, because that is my friend, and he points to Jean-Jacques. That is my friend, and I promised a thing, and I'm going to do that thing. Okay? That's it. I promise. And he looks at Barnack, he looks at Turnock like, am I lying?
Is he lying?
Feel free to make an insight check if you like.
Fucking Remy. I'll shoot him
Never
in
mind.
his sense.
Yeah, you probably have disadvantage on insight checks against him, just like he has on you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
23.
be worse.
Sorry?
23.
Okay.
Oh shit.
And Barnack?
16.
Okay. Both of you stare at the little halfling thief who has recently aggravated pretty much every single person in this group and jammed his dagger into Barnack's neck. And you find no reason to doubt him. In fact, he seems to be very, very genuinely trying to convince you that he means to do nothing but help you in this endeavor.
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything like
Okay.
because I don't want to trust him. But after really being able to trust him and not being able to detect anything different coming out of him. Like, I'm just going to remain silent because I just wanted to threaten him right now, and I don't think that's the right way to go.
Yeah, it might sway it in another direction.
Yep.
All right.
Well, sure.
Okay.
Jean-Jacques, it's on you.
Yeah, I mean, the successful conclusion of our plan is on me. Love it.
Yeah.
Well, technically on me,
Absolutely love
right? But I'll go drop it off right now. I mean, there's no
Yep.
reason to hang around here, and I'm pretty sure where I'm going, I'm not going to be in that much trouble, so should be fine to split ways
Alright.
here.
So you know which barge to put it on. One that's going to the place, right?
I've done this kind of business before, yeah. Slip it into one of the barges or
Okay.
carriages, you said, right?
Going to the kitchens of
Alright.
Chronicle, yes.
I'll do you even one better. I'll make sure to watch it to make sure that it's picked up the way that you described. And if it's not, then I'll try to get it back, or I'll come and tell you if something goes wrong. Good.
That is amazing. Thank you very much. Are you going to be okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine. We haven't had any trouble the past few days, which is surprising. And you see him kind of look around. But yeah, no, I should be fine. As long as nothing invisible comes to kill me. You know.
Yeah. As long as, yeah. Stay safe, friend.
You too. Don't make any really powerful enemies, because then, well, don't. And he, looks around a little bit. There's definitely an awkwardness because he's not friends with anyone else. And then he heads over to Jean-Jacques and he just extends a hand quickly up. The haversack kind of slung over one shoulder. And if you take it, he shakes your hand.
Mm-hmm. Of course, yeah.
Very, very tightly. And then he heads out into the corridor. And he almost hops his way out of the tavern. He's that cheerful and in a good mood to kind of be doing stuff. You don't realize it until now, but he had been kind of cooped up as well. He wasn't able to be his usual self, so the fact that he can now get to business is actually a really big boon to him.
Yeah, I would be cheerful if I got all of that for free.
So, we start our next campaign. Remy is handing out some powerful items. No. But, so Remy is on his way to deposit the haversack. Let's really quickly check how that goes. Yep, all good. And, well, all good as far as you guys can tell anyway. We'll see how it actually turns out, but for now...
I actually sighed in relief, but now I'm worried all over again.
For now, it's all good. And you guys have properly attired yourselves in the Stormcrow Tavern. And what do you want to do next? It is probably getting close to the 4 p.m. mark at this point.
Well, shouldn't we go to Lord Storm's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see if everybody's ready there. If they need something going on.
All right.
To ask Lord Storm as well.
As we're going, Kevin,
Mm-hmm.
the impression that I got from Elena is that my ruse is not as successful as I had hoped it. Right? It would be like the impression she kind of tried to convey is that more people know who I really am than not.
I would say that it's probably a bit more nuanced than that in the sense that it's working on most people that you meet, but that people at the higher levels of government and power are simply not willing to be so naive, so they're double, triple, quadruple checking people anyway, right? And someone like Jean-Jacques, who probably not only has familial traits that are, clear, but also who is just generally someone who stands out a little bit by the way that he talks and his education. It's just hard to really fly under the radar unless you completely change who you are.
Okay.
But there, you gather from the fact that her servant called you Mr. Dupois, for example.
Yeah.
You gather that they're willing to play the game with you. It's more of an acknowledgement that the real players of the great game always know what each is up to.
Yeah. Okay.
And then they
that
still
makes
outwit
sense.
each other.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll continue with the disguise then, or in disguise.
All right.
I addressed the group. I believe we're getting ready to go, right? So we should, once inside, brief Mrs. Sordenbrand about, about the fact that our belongings are in her office. Just, I believe that having her informed will make things way easier in case we're spot trying to get in or getting out. Okay?
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
So with that notion in your heads, I will say probably for another 2 guilders, you can take another carriage ride across the city just to make sure that you don't spend the whole time slipping and falling, to get to Lord Storm's estate, bruised and cut free. And once there, you hold on, let me pull up my notes properly here. But once at Lord Storm's estate, you find yourself at the familiar site of that place, new guards posted at the doors, and more of them as well. You notice both 2 men at the front door and 2 men at the gate, and once you pass through, catching some uneasy glances from them, you make it to the actual, like, to the back door. That's essentially, that leads to the yard where you've usually been coming in. And you see there's still like a huge patch of snow with indentations where bodies have lain, and there's just this faint orange-red glow to the snow itself where the blood had seeped in. No sign of the creature, but you do see very large kind of marks in the snow of what do seem like very large direwolf paws that had impressed on the snow and frozen over since Monday. You pass by a couple of uneasy guardsmen outside, kind of shivering in the cold, but they're well dressed, so it's not like they're suffering. And when you get inside, there's another 2 guards inside as well, and a third one standing across the room in the corner. And there you see Lord and Lady Storm, both currently already dressed properly and currently just inspecting each other and making comments and kind of getting ready. Lord Fennec, you see, is still a bit slow and painful in his movements, but he is up and about, he's moving, and when he sees all of you, you just see a bright smile on his face as he immediately comes over and just shakes everybody's hand once, just saying, Thank you for protecting my house, thank you for protecting my wife. I've never made a better investment than the 5 of you, I promise. Thank you. And maybe he comes to Turnok as the last one, and he just kind of shakes your hand even more tightly and just goes in for a really quick hug. He attempts to anyway, and then he realizes what he's doing, and he kind of lets go. He's like, apologies, but thank you. I will try to see if I can finagle a bonus for you, because this has been exemplary service so far. But please come in. Apologies. Rhaenyra, they're here. And she just kind of smiles, indulgently. And they both, line up. And she continues to kind of, improve little things about his attire, making sure that, the scarf that he's wearing is properly done, and that his hat is on the right way and stuff like that. And you can see he's dressed in a sort of... It's kind of reminiscent of the Black Hat outfits, actually, but, pure formality. There's no armor, there's no actual aspect to it like that, but it's a sort of imitation of what a nobleman would think a military uniform looks like. And he looks very, proper. He's got, like, a very nice puffy beret, and he's got, like, a single feather kind of sticking out towards the back. He almost looks like a musketeer as well. And she herself is just in a resplendent, very sky blue dress, but very warm. You can see that she wears like a very thick, extra warm cloak with fur in it as well. And they're both just, fussing over each other while Lord Fennec looks over to you guys and invites you in.
I'm sorry, Kevin.
No, please
just
go
for
ahead.
the sake of imagination, I just wanted to clarify how Turnok's portraying from now to the Equinical within the Equinical.
Mm-hmm.
For now, it looks like almost like he's practicing, right? Like trying to assume a posture that not usually the one that he has. So he's trying to be more polite, and what he's trying to accomplish is have that posture of somebody who owns the room, who usually is the posture that noblemen assume. But what he accomplishes is he's the literal what we call in Portuguese a spades deuce. Like he literally means nothing. Like he blends perfectly with the crowd, but it's almost clumsy, you know, the way that he does it because
Okay.
yeah, because he's not the most charismatic person, but he's really used to these sort of situations.
Okay.
So it gets the opposite effect of what he was intending to achieve.
Okay. Okay. Very good. So in the meantime, the one guard that was kind of standing over alone, he's the only one that hasn't got a weapon immediately in his hand. And actually, at the Lord's insistence, he begins serving you guys some drinks. They have some warm tea ready, just to kind of keep you occupied while they finish. But it takes only a few minutes before Rhaenyra, just kind of pats him on the shoulder a little bit, gives him a kiss on the cheek. He returns the favor, and then she disappears into the bedchamber, still to do something or other. And Fennec just very carefully, he keeps his doublet perfectly aligned, and then seats himself very properly, back straight, just wanting to not mess up his outfit and everything. Which you can see is probably going to happen anyway because he still has a very thick cloak to throw over it later. But as he seats himself with you guys around the table in the living room, he looks over and he says, "Gosh, really, thank you so much. I'm sorry about what happened. I don't know what happened, but Rhaenyra has been filling me in for the most part, and of course the inquiry from the Black Hats has been illuminating. But I do regret that I haven't been able to talk to you more about tonight. I wish we'd had some more time to prepare. But of course I understand that you had more business to attend to as well. But perhaps, should we quickly walk through everything?"
Yes, that would be very good, Lord Storm. We'd also apologize for not making ourselves more available, but the turn in events was a bit unexpected, so...
No, of course. I completely understand. And in fact, it's given me some time to think, and perhaps asking you to sniff out everything without any indications was a fancy for a fiction writer. And I would like to... Do you have the documents that Rhaenyra provided you with?
Yes.
He kind of beckons them over for a moment, and when he receives them, he goes over. He flips through the list for a moment, and he starts he looks around and he picks up a very small pencil that looks like he's been using it for 100 years, and he starts just kind of circling some names again on the list, and he puts some notes there and stuff like that, and he starts going through. All right, so as you can see here, I've given you some information about each of these people, but the truth is that there are only a select few that I suspect could really have been involved in this matter as decision makers. Others may have knowledge of these things, and that's why you can see their associations here, either on the political front or on the actual commissions or committees that they work on. But if you need people to turn your attention to, it would be these 5. And actually, and he kind of flips through, and he pauses on the last page, and he bites his lip, and he looks at you, Jean-Jacques, very intently for a good 5 seconds. And then he puts a circle around, and he says, "I do apologize, but you indicated that you had some familiarity with Mr. Jean-Pierre. But I may have some reason to suspect him as well. I do apologize."
No need to apologize, Lord Storm. Game of politics is a complicated one. Will
That
not
it
hold
is.
you against you.
That it is. But I will say, my indications in that direction are fairly slim, although all of them are fairly slim. But anyway, let me begin. So, first, the one that you should look for, Edeah K, the former director of the Advanced Science Directorate. In fact, Edeah was one of those who founded the Science Directorate back in the day. and they were very, very well respected, still are in many circles, but Edeah was the director during the time when the science directorate was engaging in some less than pleasant experiments, and especially experiments that were not to the liking of the ethical standards that we like to adhere to in the Republic.
Perhaps experimenting on live beings, altering them in some way.
Some of that, indeed. They claimed that there was no direct involvement, but that's always been questionable at best. And now, as I understand it, they may be a bit of a black sheep in the larger assembly, but they still wield a lot of power within the directorate, and they may have heard that if I am appointed to the budget committee, that I'm not in favor of funding that directorate in its current form anymore. In my opinion, it should be completely overhauled. But I digress. I don't mean to bore you with the actual politics, but they may have a very good reason, since I am technically a threat to their baby. Next, I don't know if you've ever met him or seen him, but Bilmont Sonorius is a very impressive person, and he has been sort of the figurehead for the Black Hat Commission and its many failings. And I have made it no secret in which, in the case that I am appointed to the appropriate commissions, that I am not in favor of that experiment continuing. I don't see why the old guard, and he gestures to the guards around the room, I don't see why they do not suffice, and why we cannot rely on the expertise of incredible people like yourselves for anything more difficult. And you should also know that Bilmont is a very, very passionate person, which I respect him for, but he can be sensitive about the commission, and sensitive about people trying to take away what he feels is his, since he worked so hard and he believes in the dream of a republic in which hard work pays off. Next, you may have read her name in the newspapers, but Lady Sordenbrand, are you familiar with her? She is the she has the main seat on the Committee for the Unsold, and unfortunately, it's not really going anywhere as far as I'm aware. And word has it, it's failing, and that she was so committed to her work that she scared her husband off. I know I don't like to peddle such rumors, but these are difficult times. In any case, I've always kind of wondered why she's so obsessed with the Unsold, but regardless, it's a matter of the past, and I'm definitely not in favor of that sort of frivolous spending and manpower being used for something that likely has no solution regardless. So, with that awareness, and Lady Edeah is a formidable opponent in the arena, I would not put it past her to have involved parties to simply delay or prevent my appointment to any significant positions. Sorry, I'm just prattling on. Any questions so far? Anything you want to ask me? I can clarify if I've not been clear.
Well, no, I don't think there's a question. Just wanted to say that we will investigate, of course, every avenue, but I would wager that Lady Edeah was not the one to hire these killers, but this is more of a...
You see his eyebrow raise in surprise.
It is merely more of a feeling as to how one goes about their business, rather than thinking her above disposing of her enemies. I just doubt that she would employ ruffians from amongst the cat's eye's lowest criminals to do her bidding.
Well, in the end, I will trust your judgment, but these are the suspicions that I've had so far. If that is your conclusion, then I will accept that, as long as we do come to the actual culprit.
We'll do our due diligence regardless, but
well, there is also Clementine Salmon, the Judicial and Ethics Standards Commission current chairperson, JESC, we like to call it. But it's a bit hard to read, but I've understood from some friends that they are not too eager or not too happy with my comments regarding the corruption in that department in recent years. And frankly, I'm quite happy to hear that those comments are making waves, but if that corruption is true, then there's nothing to say that they won't be above eliminating me to silence the critic that I am. And you can see, like, he's kind of puffing himself up. He feels very proud of himself, of these things, and it's definitely a sort of awkward bragging as well, to be going through this exercise and him kind of pointing out the people that he's upset and that he's opposed to, but there's definitely a sort of pride in it because he feels that he has the moral high ground. Well, next, Mr. Philip Grundig. That man is getting more deranged. I mean, I do not blame him for his grief over his sister, but he's always been a fanatic sovereignist, and in recent years it just seems like it's become more and more the only thing that he cares about, keeping nobility out of government. And there are several of us actually who have been keeping an eye on him for his sentiments. But
even the one such as yourself that's clearly shown opposing views.
It is
that
about
of
the
traditional.
It is about the principle of the matter.
Mm.
And just for me as a DM, what opposing views are you referring to in this specifically?
Well, I mean, it seems at least that Lord Storm is more for like actual regulation and you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Like Republican views, rather. He doesn't seem as much of a
the thing is that
crown-minded as.
The thing is that the opinions that he's expressed so far are not necessarily not crown-minded. It's because it's not in the Republic. The political differences are not about regulation versus deregulation, but rather about the general structure of government in the first place. But each side has people from all across the aisle about the level of regulation that needs to be present.
Right. It just seems like he doesn't have servants and doesn't seem to lead the type of lifestyle that a traditional noble person would.
That is true.
To the fullest extent.
That's fair. And I mean, I'm not correcting you in character, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying this as extra information.
I will say in character, I will say, like, in the interest of full transparency, my lord, would you be okay with sharing with us which faction that you most affiliate yourself with?
He smiles for a moment, a bit surprised actually, as you asked this question, because to him it must have probably been obvious from the start. You know, he expected you to know, and he looks at all of you, seeing kind of questioning faces, or at least a lack of interest in the first place, and he chuckles. He says, "Crown-minded, absolutely." I admire what our republic is, but it seems to me that many of its problems could still be resolved more easily if it were organized better. In any case, and he just goes right back to the subject at hand.
If I may
smiles pleasantly.
If I may ask, Lord Storm, you said Philip Grundig?
That's right.
And Is his wife Lady Esther Grundig?
No, that would be his mother.
His mother?
Yes.
Okay.
And his father, Lord Franz, or Franciscus.
Okay. Thank you.
Not a problem. Did you want to ask me more questions about them? I know them
No,
a
no.
little bit.
I just saw their names here.
Very well. And finally, I mean, there is your family member, if I remember correctly, Jean-Pierre?
Extended family.
Extended family, yes. Now, I don't rightly know why, but I have, in several debates over the past week or 2 weeks, I have gathered the impression that your extended family member here, Jean-Pierre, is not appreciative of me, but that one is more of a feeling than anything. But it seems that he particularly challenges me for the sake of challenging me at times, and that is unexpected, I must admit.
And any particular pieces of regulation?
Nothing in particular. Tax, very, very small tax details, and I mean, he did take me up on the matter of the peace delegation and its formation, but that debate was put to rest when Strauss came over, so I don't know what his feelings are on the matter now. But yes, very fierce. And I'm not familiar with him. I've never met him personally, so to be so direct, was unexpected. It didn't come to mind until I awoke from the blow, but I assume that, at least it should be mentioned, if nothing else. In any case, those would be my suggestions for who you should focus on.
Lord Storm, you just mentioned... Sorry. Oh, sorry, Tarnok. What did you want to say?
Lord Storm, I'm sorry to ask, but what would you be able to tell me about Mr. Henry Falkenhaus?
The
Marquis.
Pardon me. Right, the emissary from Ostracia, correct?
Yes.
Apologies, it's a lot of names for tonight, and I've been preparing some of my small talk just to make sure that I have something to say. And he kind of goes over the list again, and he flips through. Right. I'm afraid not too much. They've been here several times on, as in their capacity as ambassador. I understand that they rushed back following some incident at home, which had called them back for a time, but they're now here again and seem to have integrated well. Ostracia is of relatively little concern to the elite here, so there's not much controversy going on, but simply by virtue of their involvement, or should I say your involvement. He looks at the symbol on your do you still have it on your formal clothes as well?
Oh, yes.
Okay, yeah. So he looks at the locked heart symbol, and he says, I suppose your countrymen and ours, we cooperate, but everything is peace and quiet on that front, as far as I know.
I was not expecting anything further than that, but thank you.
Very good.
Yeah, and I had a question. You mentioned him once. What do you think of, and you personally, Lord Storm, what do you think of Mr. Strauss?
Now, there is a man to be impressed by, if I'm honest. He is a very formidable orator, very accomplished in his fields, I should say, both as a lawyer and, even though I believe he's not practiced magic properly since he became a lawyer, I understand that he is still contributing to several projects at the university in his spare time. It is, frankly, yes, I am nothing if not impressed. I have met him a few times, and he just has that quality, You meet this person, you can talk to them, you understand them, they make you feel seen and understood. He is a very impressive man, absolutely. Why do you ask?
I see. Well, you just mentioned that that what did you say? You said that someone changed when he. Oh, right. You said that Philip Grundig changed a bit when Strauss came along.
Pardon? No, when his sister died.
Oh, when his sister died.
Yes.
I see.
No, the
You-
Dolor mentioned that the situation with the peace committee changed
Yeah,
upon the
that exactly.
change.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that when Strauss came along, you said that the peace committee.
Oh yes, haven't you
Situation
been
changed.
reading the newspapers? Strauss
yes.
made a very, very impressive play on our behalf, in fact, by, well, let's just say that he secured himself some very interesting funding for interesting projects in exchange for his vote on the matter of the peace delegation.
Yes. Yes, I see. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't have any more questions. Sorry.
Of course, of course. And you know, time has been passing. Lady Rhaenyra is now in the background. Sorry, go ahead, Barnack.
No, Barnack just goes over the list one more time, and his eyes just open up again. He's like, one more thing,
Yes.
and this is important only to me, not to the group. But who is Mr. Wit Quickly?
He kind of looks at the list. He has to actually find the name.
He is. It says that he's a Republican Reform Commission. Well, that he is in there, and that he's a coalitionist.
Oh yes, Wit. Oh, Wit is one of our newcomers. I think he came up with the Spicing Guild. Merchant, like anyone else, but very ambitious, very sharp. And
Very witty, you'd say.
no, not at all. Actually, I think the name is ironic. Just very sharp and intelligent.
Perfect. Okay.
But yeah, why? Do you have reason to suspect him as well?
Oh no, not at all. Haven't met him yet.
He looks really confused. Like, okay,
It was just a personal favor.
okay, sure, not a problem. Anyway, we've been talking for a while. We should get going. I have arranged for a carriage to take us to the Solidariat. We'll probably have to stand in line for the security checkpoint for a good while, but I believe that there are braziers that should be at full power by now to keep us warm when we wait. So are you ready to go?
Ready as we'll ever
Nice.
be.
Excellent. So, please come with us. And he goes over to his wife, and they lock arms, and you see, they're both very confident, very happy to be going. All the guards in the house kind of, come over and make sure to escort them at least to the carriage. And you see that a second carriage has been arranged for the rest of you. So you arrive there, and Lord Storm actually turns and he says, "All right, so we have room for 2 additional people in our carriage. I would love for some of you to join us. So who of you will sit with us?"
Well, I think it is only fitting that our leader sits in a carriage, and perhaps our international representative. I quite enjoyed the weather this day, so I will abstain.
Of course.
Fair enough, Jean-Jacques. Then Tarnok and I will join you.
I look genuinely surprised at that, but I don't offer a rhetoric. I just shrug and comply.
Okay. So you you guys get into the carriages, and those of you with Lord and Lady Storm, you spend the time of about 35 to 40 minutes, because it's going quite slowly. It's not, rushing at any high speed. Chatting about the smallest things. Mainly Rhaenyra and Fennec just asking you questions about where you've been, what adventures you've had, craziest situations you've been in, just all sorts of questions. And they're basically fanboying and girling all over you the whole time. So is there any particular stories that you wish to bestow upon them in that carriage as you make for the Equinical.
Well, Tarnok, if I may, I would like to just tell them something very important. And do you know, Lord Storm, that we actually met a dragon?
I believe that one of your colleagues mentioned this at one point, but I didn't have time to ask at the time. What was that like? What happened?
Well, it was interesting. The dragon was bound by magic, and we freed it.
What magic could bind a dragon?
Yeah, you could say that we are dragon freers as well.
Was it hurt? Was it wounded? And later Rhaenyra kind of cuts in with that before you can even answer. She goes, "What? How did it reward you for freeing it? Did you become friends? Did you ride a dragon?"
Oh yeah. Well, I didn't ride the dragon yet, no, but yet. But it did become our friend. It flew off. It didn't eat us. You can see that we're here. It said that we would maybe see each other again.
So it was a good dragon.
Hope not.
What color was it?
Well, it wasn't a good dragon, really. It was green. But
Green.
this one wanted to change.
You see, the two of them kind of look at each other, and Fennec whispers
It's
something.
circumstances.
And Fennec whispers something to Rhaenyra, and Rhaenyra leans forward and she says, "Well, you know, green dragons are some of the most cunning among them. What did it tell you exactly?"
I know, but we have our own cunning here. Everyone was present.
I look at them. And I sincerely say, I have no idea what he's talking about. I was not there for that. I literally
right.
don't know.
That's
how
actually
that
true.
happened,
He wasn't
in
there.
what circumstances, and this is the first time I'm hearing that too, and I'm as surprised as the both of you.
Well, have you ever heard of a dragon? A green dragon that means to change its ways for any reason other than fooling mortals like us?
Who, me?
Yeah,
Well, I've heard all sorts of things about dragon, man.
really. Have you heard anything about... Do you know this dragon's name, Barnak? Can you tell us? Perhaps Tarnok has met them as well.
I don't remember.
Because all Dragonborn know all dragons.
Yeah.
Wow, Rhaenyra.
No, because
Wow.
you just said, I've heard a lot about dragons.
I like to feed the fantasy. Like they treat me like I'm a special creature. I'm gonna feed their fantasy. Why not?
But, okay, so...
The dragon didn't tell us its name.
I don't believe so, no.
No, I don't believe so. He only told us not that will be eaten. Yeah. So no, not. Well, we called him Greeny.
You call him?
And you see Rhaenyra is just perplexed. Fennec is still fascinated. And he goes, Greeny? Are you sure you didn't domesticate this dragon?
If I did, I would probably be riding it now.
Wait, is it possible? And he turns to Tarnok. Is it possible to domesticate a dragon?
Well, there are legends and tales, but mortals have much weaker minds than dragons do. So it's way easier for a dragon to actually subjugate a mortal, especially a human being such as you.
In that case, would you be able to subjugate a dragon?
I think he would. I think
so.
he would. He is. His skills actually know no bounds.
I don't think I would. I apologize.
Does it still need more training, or did you see that he kind of hesitates, and Rhaenyra, kind of puts a hand on his hand, kind of stops him for a moment, and then he looks at her and he just goes on. He says, or did something change during the cataclysm?
Let's just say that, attempting to even begin to try to comprehend a dragon for our kind resulted in what resulted, right?
Of course.
So I don't believe that I don't believe any of us would ever attempt that something of that nature ever again.
Were you there, or someone you know, when it happened?
Not someone I know directly, but and because of my parents' occupation, I was. They knew better to get away when.
So they weren't in the cult of the dragon.
No, they were not. They were not. They just knew that energy and other mystical and magical effects were at hand at that moment, and that the fabric itself was fading a little bit. So, well, they got ahead of the rest of the people, and we were long gone before the cataclysm actually happened. So,
You sound like very
anticipated it.
intelligent people.
My parents, yes. I don't know if I'll ever meet a couple more intelligent than the two.
They're more intelligent than your friend Jean-Jacques?
It's not that hard, man. You overestimate Jean-Jacques. He's more smile.
J'accuse.
Yeah, he is not the most intelligent in our group here.
Truly, who is then? Is it the silent one? The paladin?
No. I don't like bragging, but it's usually me.
Yeah, ma'am. He's our leader. You know, he got that through his smarts.
Okay. Barnack, roll a deception check with advantage.
What with?
With advantage.
With advantage. Okay, thank you.
I was backing him up.
Yeah?
Yeah. Okay, one was 1,
Uh-huh.
the other is 19.
Okay.
There's no plus to anything to my
Okay, so-
perceptions.
You see Fennec's eyes just kind of go a little wider, and he just sits back, and he reevaluates you. He just stares at you, Barnack, and he just reevaluates everything he knows about you so far. Lady Rhaenyra is more neutral. You can't really read her expression regarding the matter, but they both just kind of nod, and wow, that is very impressive. All right, so
Yeah.
regaling them with tales and lies,
And a few lies, yeah. It's not really lies, it's just making the truth seem more, well, a bit better.
yeah. Calling Barnack the smartest would probably be classified a lie.
That's
Doesn't
yeah.
make him dumb. It just makes him not the smartest in the group.
Nope.
But in the other carriage, is there anything that Cor, Tani, and Jean-Jacques want to talk about on the way over, or shall we go ahead and arrive at the Equinical?
Are we in our own carriage, or are we
Yes,
walking?
you're in your own
behind-
carriage.
In our own carriage. Okay.
Yeah, we're not walking. We're not sullying these
Yeah, the
roads.
plebeians.
People
But,
walking near the carriage are like just throwing rocks at them. You plebeians.
Don't give Jean-Jacques ideas.
Yeah. It's actually giving Barnack ideas.
But yeah, if there's nothing specific you guys want to talk about on the way over, just general chit chat and whatever, then we'll move ahead to the Equinical proper.
Yep.
All right. So, you enter a large thoroughfare which runs parallel to the river and along the grounds of the Solidariat. As I described earlier, black hats stand on every corner, dressed to the nines, and each bearing a beautiful rapier and dagger, along with a musket, which leans against one shoulder while they stand at attention. Well-dressed guests are slowly arriving, either on foot or by carriage, and line up for the gatehouse, which lends entry. Large braziers crackling with almost unnatural warmth stand along the road and the path to the Solidariat, to ensure that nobody gets too cold, and you hear a buzzing rumor of people talking and chattering, which rises quietly as people remain polite and keep their voices low between those already gathered there. So you have probably about a 30-minute wait just standing outside the Solidariat. Outside the Solidariat. As you guys arrive there is a there is one of the black hats who looks a bit more in charge, probably a sergeant or something, who actually comes over and he asks, I'm very sorry. I was told to look out for this party. Is one of you Jean-Jacques? I forget. Someone among you?
I step out and I say, that will be me.
He kind of fumbles for a moment, and you see he pulls almost pulls a handkerchief out of one pocket, and he goes, "Oh no, sorry," and he produces a very small piece of paper that's been folded twice into this tiny pockets. This was left for you, and I was asked to deliver it. I expect that my duty hereby is finished, but I wish you a pleasant evening at the Equinical.
Thank you.
He bows, he kind of tips the hat a little bit, and he goes back to his position. Inside the note is written only one sentence, and again the initials RB, and the sentence says, "Package delivered. Good luck."
Ooh, okay, great.
Just give a faint smile and put the note in an inside pocket.
All right.
You inside check a note.
I mean, you can try.
The calligraphy's off. He
looks
must
shaky,
be under
nervous.
the stress while writing it.
If you have a forensic lab and 3 hours, then please be my guest.
CSI Postizia.
There's a visual. All right. With the note in pocket, you guys join Lord and Lady Storm in the queue, and you wait your turn until you are invited into the Great Gatehouse, the single point of entry through which large crowds of people can move. And even here, everything's been, there are fences in the way, and everything's been kind of closed down to create a funnel through which only one person at a time can step inside and make it inside. Once each of you is invited into the actual proper main part of the gatehouse, you find yourself in a relatively large open space, large for a gate tower. And inside there are several groupings, and you see there are 3 setups, and you see that 2 other groups of people have already been invited before you and are currently going through a process. So you see on the ground in the space that you're gestured to, first of all, there stand 2 people. One of them in these brownish black robes of the thaumaturge, which those of you who are familiar with Postician security, you know of them. You've not seen them up close like this before. They're usually, reserved for a high-level, high-profile security of the state, specifically. And next to them stands a man in the official armor of the security of the Solidariat, which is essentially a sort of Capitol Police. But he stands in this formal armor, and you see that he also has a holy symbol of Tyr on his chest plate, and you gather that he is a paladin as well. You see before the paladin is marked off with very simple markings on the ground, a roughly 10 by 10, well, no, not even 10 by 10, 5 by 5 square, and you gather, even those of you who don't have a natural affinity to magic, you feel the twinge of magic in the air, and you can see almost out of the corner of your eye this vague greenish hue that briefly invades your perception, and then as you look at it, it goes away. But there's just a pervasive air of magic throughout this place. When you arrive there, the person in the formal robes looks at each of you and kind of pauses for a second and says, "Okay, which of you will go first?" And you see they produce a rather large tome, which seems to be a ledger of some kind, into one arm, and a pencil in the other. And you see that there is a list of names that have been taken down from people that have already entered. Please step forward.
I do. I step forward.
They gesture for the square and immediately instruct you, simply let the sensation wash over you and surrender to it. Okay? So you step inside and you feel an effect, a spell effect, take hold. And a zone of truth applies to you. Do you actually allow it to happen, or do you still try to resist it?
I allow it to happen.
Okay. So they have a brief moment as they wait, and the person speaking to you kind of pauses, looks at the paladin, and then looks back to you, and they both nod. And the thaumaturge goes, "Very well. Can you please state your name and reason for being here tonight?" AKA, who invited you is probably the more accurate question.
My name is Kukenundok Vulksan. Kukenundok Tornok Vulksan.
You see there's a brief hesitation, and they just go, "Could you spell that, please?"
No. Oh my god, I don't even know. I don't know how to spell it. I have it written down because I have no idea how to spell it. Wait.
We can agree that Turnock spells it out for them if you prefer for the moment, but it might be nice for the stream to hear it spelled out properly.
I'm just looking for it in and I'm not finding it in my notes, like my PC notes. Wait, just a second. I will find it, and because I do want to spell it out.
Okay.
Because it do make sense.
I thought it was a make-believe name, and then Turnock slipped through, and I was like, oh, Dragonborn name.
Wait. I can find it. I promise. I promise I can find it.
I mean,
and why does that not? Yes. So KRUULKENUUDOC WULSKAN. Kukenuldak Vulsan.
They hold it for a moment and then just turn the book around for you to see. Is that correct?
Yes.
Perfect. They turn it back and very well. Please step one step to your right. Essentially putting you right in front of the thaumaturge, and they hand the book over to the paladin next to them, and you see them briefly start to incant some magic, seemingly very fast, faster than a normal spell even, to for example Jean-Jacques who's watching, and you see the eyes briefly glaze over with this faint bit of green, and they blink. Now can you please tell me, do you have any magical items on you that I should be aware of? Or any items that may be a danger to yourself or others?
I just remembered. Yes, I have a magical item on me. I have the headband of intellect.
Ah, okay. She looks at it, or they look at it. Sorry, and
and make it easy for them to see, like that. It's
there's a brief frown. Can you produce the papers for this item?
How silly of me! I forgot about those. Because I actually forgot that I was actually wearing it. I got so used to it. Would you have some place that I could leave it and get on my way back?
Oh, absolutely. This wouldn't be a problem. You may hand it over to me, and I will give it to my colleague. And they point to someone to their left, and you see someone standing essentially in the middle of several large crates. But the crates also look enchanted, and you gather from the way that this person leans into some of them and places things lower that they've been enlarged to hold any items that are being confiscated here.
Yeah, so I just hand it over, and
Okay.
I feel it must feel funny to take it out, right? After having it on for that amount of time.
Yeah.
Uninterrupted.
So from my understanding, what is the difference in intellect score that you experience?
Let me just check.
His head explodes.
It's quite a bit. It's quite a bit.
It's more likely to implode, I guess.
It's like
very-
when
it's
when a
very
stick
good.
of RAM just suddenly dies on you.
Yeah.
So my natural intelligence is a 14,
Oh,
and
okay.
it goes up to a 19.
Yeah.
With the headband.
Yeah, so it's a weird sensation because your awareness doesn't change. You actually become aware of the way that you look at the world a little differently, but you can't place it and you can't properly, understand, especially not without the headband, understand how it actually functions. So you put it off, and it's just a bit of a. Yeah, it's just a bit of weirdness, that you don't feel quite right in your skin at the moment. But you hand it off. The item is placed inside one of the crates, and the thaumaturge briefly scribbles onto a pre-made note your name, and rips off part of it with a number, hands you that, and then places the other one with the item.
I have that very, very well taken care of inside of my clothes.
So yeah, you have essentially a what's it called?
A DM's question right now.
Sure.
I think I could have cheated my way out of this. I think that I haven't mentioned you would have not remembered it, and I literally remembered when you asked.
Potentially, yeah, but that is your duty as well, right? To get it right. So
Yeah.
I will
I'm
say
aware.
this. I will give you an inspiration point for the fact that you remembered and told me.
I'm maxed already.
You're maxed? Use some of
Yeah.
them. Oh wait, there's nothing to roll for.
Yeah, and I don't. My rolls.
True. Okay, well then unfortunately that goes lost, but you have my compliments at the very least.
Okay.
All right, so you are free to go. In the meantime, Lord and Lady Storm have also passed, and the next person is asked to step forward. So who's going to go next?
I mean, this'll be easy, of course. I'll go.
Please step forward.
I'm in the spot. I actually tell them that.
Okay, so the paladin actually kind of... Could you please step a little bit more to the right? Good.
Sorry.
Good. Now, let it wash over you. Well, my colleague will do the rest, but...
Yeah, I know that part.
And they just kind of look amused, the thaumaturge does, and says, yes, please let it wash over you, and it will cause you no pain, and simply answer my questions truthfully. So does Barnack actually allow it to happen?
Yeah.
Okay. So you are entered the zone of truth, and you are asked, what is your name and your reasons for being here, aka who invited you and why?
My name is Barnack Stoneheart, and I am here as an escort to Lord Fennec.
There's a brief pause, they look over. Excellent. They write down your name, hand over the ledger again, and the same slight green glow comes to the eyes, and they blink. Do you have any magical items on you, or items that could be used to harm yourself or others that I should know about?
I will ask you, Kevin, this because this is the only thing I left with me in my pocket. Not a cutlass or something. But before I tell you what I left, I have another question, and that is Sundrop. Is that
Okay.
considered magical? Like, would
Yes.
that? Yeah. Okay. So I would probably know that it's a magical
Mhm.
drug, so I would leave it. But the only thing that I have on me is a pouch.
A pouch. Like,
Yes.
magical pouch? or-
Normal pouch.
Okay.
Pouch.
So-
like not even a pouch, a bag for like coins.
Okay. So does Barnack mention this specifically, or is it something that
Yeah,
he doesn't?
yeah. I take it out of the
Okay.
pocket and say
You-
I have a yeah.
They
A
just
bag.
asked to look inside it.
Of course, it's empty.
Is it actually empty?
It's actually empty.
Okay. They look. Very
And
good.
and what I wrote to you in whispers, does that even count? Because it's like just
Where did you whisper it? On Roll20?
on Roll20, yeah.
Okay, one moment.
I mean that's just paper.
Nope. There's that is not something that they become aware of. And I
Perfect.
imagine that the whole party is now stressing out about what Barnack has in his pocket.
I mean, you can tell them that they shouldn't be.
I could, but, I must not tell lies.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's it.
Okay. They nod and gesture. Please continue. Who is next?
Thank you very much.
I'll go next.
All right. In the meantime, Cora has probably passed through as well with another group. And you step forward. You also allow the Zone of Truth to take hold, I presume.
I do, because I don't think there's a way for me to not do it without... They will know that I resisted if I do, right?
Yes, that is the nature of the spell.
Yeah.
That
All
they
right, so
become-
I will let it pass,
Okay.
and then I will say I'm a freelancer as part of Lord Storm's party known as Jean-Jacques Dupois.
Let's see if they ask.
That was super nice. That was super nice.
Well, we'll see if they notice.
No,
They,
but
it-
you did it the right way, at least.
in the hubbub, they simply write down Jean-Jacques Dupois, not registering the duplicity in the statement that you just made. They nod, and indeed, there is no deception at hand. The ledger is passed off again, and the eyes go green, and there's a brief moment of like, oh. They look surprised at you, which is not something uncommon to you necessarily, because as a sorcerer, a detect magic spell picks you up as a magic source. So they kind of look you over and blink a little bit. Could you please step back 2 steps?
Do something wrong?
No, but your aura is... It is very powerful, and... well, we don't get people like you too often, so I must make sure that I am performing my duty. Please step back 2 steps, and I will inspect you properly.
All right, I do so.
Okay, so it's really awkward. You kind of have to step out of the format of what's going on, and this person starts kind of walking around you, stopping people from moving through, and generally just making this kind of an awkward moment. But they kind of come around, and then they ask you, do you have any magical items on you, or do you have any items which could be used to harm yourself or others once you are inside? Oh.
I have.
Apologies. Please move forward again before you answer the question.
I move forward.
Okay.
Yeah. I say I have no magical items on myself, on my person, and nor do I have items that are meant to harm others or myself. My arcane focus is not meant to harm others.
Yes, but this time they rolled a natural 20 on
Ah, fuck.
on picking it up, let's say.
Yeah.
So there's a moment where they purse their lips and look at you again. Very well. None are meant to harm others, but could any be used to harm others?
Well, I'll look at my hands. I mean, I could use myself to harm others, could I not?
Sir, this is not the time to be facetious. Answer
I'm
the
not
question,
being
please.
facetious.
Answer the question, please. Do you have any
What was
items
the
on
question?
you which could be used to harm yourself or others? Items that are not attached to your body by way of biological growth.
Well, I can say, I'm just thinking, I can say no because the arcane focus itself can't be used to harm others. It's myself that is harmful to others, not my arcane focus, is it not?
It's up to you. Say the thing you want to say, and we'll see how it goes.
Because, I mean, isn't some of the truth is like what Jean-Jacques believes. So if I believe strongly, I will say I do have my arcane focus,
Indeed.
which is registered, and I am allowed.
Of course. There is no need to be defensive, sir. We must simply do our due diligence. The final question in that case is, do you have any intention of using this item in any efforts to harm yourself or others tonight?
I do not.
They look, get a nod. Very good. They lean forward a little bit, conspiratorially almost. Next time, Do not worry so much. I am simply asking the questions I must ask. Please, continue forward. You are most welcome at the Equinical celebration tonight.
Thank you very much.
All right. Then I believe we only have Tani left, correct? So, Tani,
Yes.
please. They ask you to step forward into the square. And do you allow the Zone of Truth spell to take effect?
I do. I try to stand like. Oh, sorry. I try to stand as formally as I can, imitating the other ladies.
Okay. Would you like to make a performance check to see the
Yes, again.
success of your endeavors?
Last time in the formal dinner, I fell. Performance 10.
Okay. You feel confident that you're doing a good job. There may be a few looks here or there, but that's it. So as you stand there, you feel the spell take effect, and of course the first question becomes, please state your name and your reasons for being here tonight.
My name is Tani Kalatar. I come with the party sent with Lord Finnick. I butchered that. But she doesn't say that.
They look sideways, and your heart drops maybe a little bit as the paladin shakes her head, actually. And the thaumaturge looks at you. I'm sorry, can you please repeat that? What is your name?
My name is Tani. Oh no.
Is there
Do
any
we have a mysterious name that I don't know about?
Is there any reason that you might be giving us a different name than you usually use tonight?
No, I can assure you this is the name I use on
They
a daily
look,
basis.
and they get a nod, and they're really confused. Now, both of them, the paladin and the thaumaturge, just look confused as hell at this exchange. And at this point, the thaumaturge kind of steps aside, and the paladin comes stand right in front of you. And she just looks at you, kind of leans forward a little bit intimidatingly. And you see, this is like someone who just physically is as tall as you and occupies a lot more space. And she leans forward a little bit. Please tell me your name again.
Tani Kalatar. That's what I've been using for years.
And what was your name before?
I really don't remember. I really don't.
Am I still nearby?
I would say so. You guys could be kind of clumped up together and waiting for everyone to finish.
And are we seeing that this is going on or hearing it?
I think so, yeah.
Well, wait for Kira to respond then, Mike.
Okay. The paladin continues to lean forward a little bit. And who are you with?
With Lord Finnick. With the group coming with him. She's nervous. She's so nervous now.
Do you have reason to be nervous tonight, Tani Kaletar?
I'm nervous because I have no other name, as far as I know. And I'm getting worried. That's why I'm nervous.
You're speaking the truth. But your name is both true and not. Do you have
Jean-Jacques
any...
kind of approaches.
Yeah, okay, so you approach while the question is being asked. Do you have any reason... Do you have any understanding to share why your name could both be true and not true, Tani Kaletar? So Jean-Jacques approaches, that question is asked, and at the same time you both notice that the thaumaturge's eyes glow green again.
And Jean-Jacques interjects, if I may, Tani has gone through some traumatic things in her past and has lost memory of events. So she does not have any other name to offer But I assure you she is with us and has been
Mhm.
for a while now, and there is no deception behind her name.
Can you
Yes,
step,
I'm with this group escorting Lord Fennec.
Mr. Jean-Jacques, could you step into the area and say those things again?
I'll step into the air and repeat the same things I said.
Okay. The paladin nods. Still looks troubled, but at a brief hand on the shoulder or on the arm from the thaumaturge steps aside. Thaumaturge steps back. They smile. They nod to you, Jean-Jacques, and then they look at Tani. It's all right. We are only doing our due diligence. You have nothing to fear. I will write down Tani Kalita, and you have my sympathies for the troubles that you have perhaps experienced.
So Jack makes a show of putting like a comforting hand on her shoulder and being like, come now, that kind of like.
Did I also hear that? Like just
All
what
of
they
you
were
did
saying?
if you
Oh,
hung
yeah.
around. Yeah.
When he takes her away?
Well, no, there's no taking away. She's not done yet.
Okay.
The comforting arm, and then there's a clear look from the paladin for you to step
move
away properly.
Yeah, I thought it was over, so I thought it.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But there's a clear kind of very polite GTFO, please.
GTFO.
And the thaumaturge makes eye contact with Tani again, if she allows it, and goes on and says, "Very well. This is a bit of an unusual procedure, but can you please tell me if you have any magical items or items that could be used to hurt yourself or others with you tonight?"
I have no magical items, and I have the fullest intention of not hurting anybody.
And you have no items that could be used to harm others either?
No items.
Question. Did Tani try to smuggle her gloves into
No.
the event? Okay.
She wanted to, but then... and includes it in the list of things to include in the
Okay,
safe.
perfect. Yeah, I hadn't had a chance to look at those yet, so perfect. Okay, there's a brief nod, and the thaumaturge gestures forward and says, "Please have a pleasant evening at the Equinical." And you are all ushered inside. And you pass through the mighty arches of the gatehouse to find yourselves on a clear green lawn in surprisingly warm temperatures. Swiftly you gather that despite the icy cold weather outside, there will be no such inconvenience for the mightiest in Postitia. Those who move nations seem to have no qualms about changing the weather. You find yourself still standing in a line, but this one moves more quickly, past a well-dressed set of servants behind a simple but elegant bar. Coats, needless items, and otherwise just anything that you don't want to be carrying around the whole evening that were not confiscated so far are passed off to the servants in exchange for more tokens to find them again later. If you pass off anything, you can find it here again later, but if you don't, you simply move forward and pass them into the very wide courtyard that is called Erethea's Lawn. On the far end, before the doors that normally lead into the main parts of the building, you see a stage that was built with a small pedestal and a lectern, from which presumably speeches will be given at some point tonight. But for now, everyone is being ushered inside, into what is normally the honorable court in your handout. Here you see hallways decorated to the highest extravagance, plentiful seating with cushioned leather and cloth chairs, standing tables, and well-dressed staff already tending to those inside. You hear from somewhere a string quartet quietly playing in the background, and artificial fragrances remind you of summertime, the smells of bark and grass and a gentle summer breeze, and you could almost swear that you could hear a bird chirping before you remember this is all inside. At the center of these hallways, which run around a court, you see an equally lavishly laid out courtyard, where a beautiful monument stands, which you've all, if not seen, then at least heard about. There you see this monument, which features two copper children of difficult to determine race, running away in joy from one another, laughing. Behind them stand two relatively ambiguous figures, more defined by their dress than their race. One is dressed in magnificent robes of statesmanship, and wearing a chain of office that is identical to the one that the Grand Pensionary wears. They are currently in the pose of adjusting the hat on the other person, and the other person is in soldier's gear, with a sword in hand and a musket slung over one shoulder, looking in the direction of the children that are laughing and running. Behind them rises a single pillar from which hangs a broken crown. The only living thing about the whole monument is a bed of flowers which grows around the statue's bases, seemingly kept alive through magic, in which blue morning glory grows full, symbolizing the unity of the Republic. All gathered together, Lord Fennec swiftly guides you to a set of unoccupied chairs in one direction, and seats himself and looks at you. Well, we're inside. I don't expect too much trouble here at the festivities directly, although I hope you'll stay close enough that I can reach you without trouble. But in the meantime, you are free to roam. I trust you'll not make any trouble. You are here officially as my guests. And if you need me, of course, I will likely be in this general area. And he kind of gestures for the chairs and the place that he's in, as, you know, it's not specific, but, you know, this general area is easy enough to remember as being the place that he is currently at. So,
Lord Storm,
yes.
Just a simple question. If you were to speak to Mr. Strauss, could you just mention that there is a person who would like to also talk to them from your party, from your escort?
And
Just to put in a good word.
And which person should I say this is?
Me.
You. Oh,
Me.
Of course.
Yeah. You don't have to mention my last name. You can just say you shouldn't mention my last name. Just say one of the escorts just had an interesting question.
Mr. Barnack, I appreciate very much what you've done for us so far and what you're doing here, but I cannot play games if I don't know the reason for them.
Well, I don't know the reason either. That's the problem. I need to investigate something, and
let me put it this way. I'm not comfortable doing that to a man like Mr. Strauss. I can introduce the idea to him if I happen to catch him, which is unlikely as it stands.
Of course.
I can introduce the idea that someone called the Barnack Stoneheart wishes to speak with him, but I will not withhold facts or delude him in some way. I hope you understand. But this is a bit ironically above my pay grade.
Okay. Yes, I understand. You
Thank you.
don't worry about this. You don't have to actually mention anything.
So you prefer if I said nothing if I meet him?
Yes.
Very well. That I can do.
Thank you.
Very well. I wish you the
Yeah,
best of luck. Sorry, you want to say?
I was just taking a quick glance around. Can I see Elena in the on the lawn somewhere?
So the thing is, actually, you guys are now in the corridors that surround the honorable court, and nobody is remaining on the lawn yet. So the only place where you could see her would be entering, and in the entry line, you know, of people handing off their coats and whatever.
So we're not in the middle of the honorable court. We are around.
That's where most of the seated tables are. The honorable court
Okay.
itself has seating as well, mostly around the outside, but it's mostly left empty for people to walk across and to stand, and maybe for once more
So we're
people
like
are
in
here, it will
16,
fill up.
15, something like that, or 21, 20. Or
Hold on.
am I not understanding it right?
Hold on, let me clarify here. So on the map, yeah, that would be correct, actually. Those would be the corridors through which, you know, I know that there's like little walls, but they are actually completely open at the moment. Everything's been cleared out and made completely fashionable, so you can sit there and relax there and lounge there.
All right. And have we been told, like, where can we roam? Can we just go through the entirety?
Right, sorry, I should have clarified this earlier, but you can roam on Erethia's lawn, the Honorable Court, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Commerce, and the corridor, number 75, but there are guards preventing you from going any further than that. So pretty much just the bottom right corner of the map And beyond that, there are guards at every intersection, preventing anyone from going further.
Okay. And it's in 32 that we've had our gear stowed away.
As far as you know, yes.
Okay.
So I want to ask, do you guys want to maybe have some time to strategize here a little bit and see who you want to talk to first? Or do you want to just go ahead and dive right in?
Well, I mean, I'll just ask again. So, our plan is to do all of the things that we want tonight immediately. Jean-Jacques, you have your thing, and Tani will help you.
Well, yeah.
First of all, let the base of the party settle. In the sense of, we do need to be seen amongst other people, we must interact. So, and I lower my voice as far as I can to see anything that would require us to leave here. We will leave for later on in the night. And I apologize for the dog. It's my neighbor's, not mine.
That's okay.
And I guess that as far as social interactions go, we already have a full agenda. So we can take care of that right now. We may as well talk to Mrs. Ellenbrand, especially because, well, perhaps if we are accompanied by her to her office, we won't have trouble to pass by the guards, and we need to brief her as well. So I think that we don't need to go straight to action, so to say, right now.
Okay.
I agree.
Right.
And I mean, our gear for the most part is a last resort. It would be strange if we all of a sudden were plaid with all of our items.
It is
Okay.
just in case things go sideways, and that way we'll just make a run for it.
And if we don't use it at the end of the night, we still gotta pick it up somehow. We can't forget it.
We can, if we brief Lady Elena properly, we can pick it up with her afterwards. It's in her office, so no need to worry to get out of here with the things this too.
We will also need to be, I think, a little bit careful in terms of how we communicate that to her, just so that she's understandable of the fact that we stowed away something in her office without her knowledge.
Yeah, I tap Jean-Jacques on the shoulder. You got this.
Just look at him like, you fucking bastard.
Oh man. Okay. So what's happening right now? What are you gonna do first?
Mingle.
Okay.
Mango, yeah. Just out of curiosity, Tarnok realized how much of the headband of intellect was also an cosmetic or aesthetic attire, because now his, let's, under many quotation marks, hair, it's all messed up. So he doesn't look like the way you wish to look. He might be, and he is definitely a little bit more menacing. His looks are more naturally menacing.
Okay.
With everything loose.
Okay, interesting. So mingling with a purpose.
Well, finding Lady Elena, but
Okay.
also keeping out an eye for old acquaintances that might be at the party.
Okay.
Mr. Falkenhausen, and I want to check out, see the general movement of Mr. Falkenhausen and the lady, that elvish, half-elvish lady that they intended to do the exchange.
So
Exchange with.
Jean-Jacques and Turnok are looking for the same person then.
Yes, I was gonna ask, just as a reminder, the way that you explained it to us, Bruno, was these people are looking to claim or find the old crown of Astoritia, right? Or they have it?
They have, one party has the crown, allegedly,
Okay.
and the other party has an heir.
Okay, and they're meeting to discuss this.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
And your agenda is to...
For the most part,
Well, what you
follow
told
Master
us, right?
KO's lead. Yeah,
Yeah.
but no, I wish to keep track of what's happening. I don't
Okay.
plan on taking action about it tonight. I don't intend to.
So there's no specific agenda per se, more just know what's happening?
Yeah, I need to definitely know what's happening and,
Okay.
you know, keep an eye out for it. And if I need to take action, it will be because Master KO took action on it. So, yeah.
Okay, interesting.
And I was just going to mention, Bilamon is definitely my #1 target. So besides the two of them and that interaction, Bilamon, his name's everywhere. So I am going to keep an eye out.
All right. So, let me ask then also, Barnack and Tani, where are your focuses at?
Tani?
Well, mingling with this group and everything, I don't know, as casually as I can. I want to see around and try to find or see the how they carry themselves, the suspicious people that
Okay.
Lord Fennec. Yeah, see if they're glancing at Lord Fennec or...
All right.
Yeah.
So, okay. And Barnack?
Primarily, this isn't my place, so I'm going to get drunk.
Oh, no.
Not completely drunk, not to get wasted. But
How
just to get
drunk
some...
and how fast?
Well, that's on you. It depends on how many people approach me to talk. The more people approach to talk, I'll have to drink more.
Okay. You very quickly realize no one is approaching you to talk at all. at the
Perfect.
moment.
Then I'll just drink a bit, and with my keen eye, I'll try to spot either Strauss, the
Okay.
dwarf Lord Bodan, or one of the 5 people from the list. That if I
Okay.
spot anyone, I'll try just to like eavesdrop a bit, but not like actually eavesdrop. It's like standing at the bar and trying to listen to them. That's it.
Okay. So,
Yeah, I'll also keep eye out for the 5 individuals that were highlighted to
Okay.
us as well.
so
Yeah.
please, first of all of you please roll perception checks.
Ooh.
Good.
A
Excellent
rarely
timing.
good one.
20.
Excellent timing for having 3 inspiration points. You see,
18 for me.
Okay.
I'm rolling again. I'm spending 1.
Okay. And Tani was
13.
13, 18, 20 something, right, Barnack?
22. Yes.
22
19.
and 19. Okay. So between all of you, over the next 20 to 25 minutes, everyone that you're looking for begins filtering in. Among a crowd of a total of maybe 200 people overall, from, administrative workers who are important enough to be invited here, or to whom the courtesy is extended for other reasons, to, the very highest of the high of society. You also notice in that whole hubbub a certain purple-skinned tiefling that you had set loose upon Postizia once again. She very pointedly does not notice any of you, which you don't know if that's true or if she's actually avoiding it after seeing you.
Wait, purple tiefling?
Yeah.
Cadence,
What's her name?
Cadence?
Vanity.
Vanity, yes.
Vanity.
Interesting. Yeah, we totally set her up to be our spy and then never reached out.
Nope, just ignored her.
Do we notice her?
Yeah, you do notice her.
Oh man.
We'll reach out now.
I will say, Barnack, you with your perception being the highest, you notice especially that she has a slight limp to her, which wasn't there when you last saw her. Limp, yes. In the meantime, however, all of the other people arrive. Lady Elena, the Marquis,
When I see Lady Elena, like, I'm imagining maybe I think the
She's
opportunity.
quite early. She comes in maybe
Okay.
maybe 6 or 7 minutes after you guys had kind of settled
Okay.
down. And she,
So-
you know, she's just kind of weaving through the crowd. You can see she's very comfortable and very adept at this. You know, she says hello here. She has a little chat there. Never gets stuck. Never, you know, stays in one place. Picks up a drink magically somewhere between people. But she's just very, very good at this, and she's displaying it.
You have those like transitory moments as she was walking between the groups. I'll just in talking to Barnack, I'll start explaining something random,
Sure.
and I'll point towards his chest in her direction through his chest, like,
Okay.
and then I'll use one sorcery point to cast message without somatic or verbal components using subtle
Okay.
spell, and I will just tell her, just checking in, Lady Elena, could use a word with you in private when you get a chance, and you know, to your right or something.
Okay. There's just a brief acknowledgement. It's not necessarily a response directly, but there's a sort of message received signal that comes in.
Yeah.
But she doesn't immediately appear. She's super busy. And before she does come to approach the group, there's a bit of a commotion at the door as both the steadholder and the Grand Pensionary together, practically they would be arm in arm if one wasn't a half-orc and the other one a dwarf, but definitely, you know, together and in support of each other seemingly emerge through the doors, and there's a very brief kind of silence as before people start kind of applauding a little bit. You know, there's a brief polite applause that runs through the building before everyone starts mingling again, and they don't get swallowed up necessarily like everybody else is, but rather there's a small circle around the two of them as they go and sit down in the central courtyard in full view of the monument there. Beyond that, probably right as sorry, no. Before that, actually, you see Jean-Pierre also arrives, and all of you see Bilmont arriving as well, actually with seemingly with Philip together. The two you had already spotted together before, and they seem to have some kind of, at least, you know, mild friendship of some kind. Edeah, Clementine Salmon, all of them arrive. Some of them you have to ask Lord Fennec for some, you know, identification just to make sure that they are who you believe they are. But eventually you do manage to spot every single person, and it seems that the crowd is filled out quite nicely with all of the people that have been pointed out to you as being potentially important, including the Bonnevilles, Vanity, who has snuck in, well, not snuck in there, but who has appeared as part of the crowd. Eithne is there as well, who appears to be, from what you can tell, Tani, a half-orc as well.
How the fuck did we forget about Vanity? Guys? What the fuck are we thinking?
I mean, it was really busy, for fuck's sake.
Sure.
And we
So
were
we
told to
forgot
stay
that-
away from them
By whom?
By who?
by PAX. Well,
Who
stay
we-
away from the.
Who we
bigger-
also said no to.
It doesn't mean I
saying
should-
no. Yeah, saying no to somebody, it's way different than directly challenging them.
Yeah,
Yeah, but-
and ignoring the advice of an ancient being.
Yeah, basically what we proposed ourselves to do, not play that game and not.
Okay, but we could have used. Okay, that's
Okay,
true.
so what are you up to? And you hear Elena's voice as she joins you, quite surreptitiously, out of nothing.
Give her a half bow. We were just discussing seeing an old acquaintance that we forgot to touch base with since arriving in the city.
She sighs a little bit and takes a sip of what seems to be a champagne that she's picked up. She looks around. Well, then you know a hundredth of my pain, because all of these are people that I've avoided and not followed through with. And you can see, like, genuine just the work weariness on her. In any case, how do? And how is your business here tonight? Everything proceeding according to whatever plan you have?
So far, so good. We're still enjoying the opening sequence. We have made some preparations, and through a stroke of luck, per se, and some unintentional circumstances, placed a package in your office. Kind of give her a smile, hoping that she'll take it. Like,
What sort of package?
one that will be helpful to our endeavors. As I said, it was quite surprising to us all that that's how it ended up happening. It was a game of chance, and it turned out that way. But
So in the middle of
a
this,
last
like
resort.
in the middle of this kind of stumbling a little bit, a voice calls like Elena, and she immediately turns and is just on our full on display. You guys are kind of reduced to secondary actors almost, just waiting for your turn. But she brushes them off quickly enough and turns back to you, and you see her go from this really friendly, open expression to just.
Nothing dangerous, nothing invasive. It's just a sack.
How do
with
you
things.
plan to get there? Please tell me that you've acquired a plan to slip past security.
I have abilities that will help some of us avoid attention quite thoroughly.
What sort of abilities?
I kind of look at her and I look around like, do you want me to tell you the name of the spell kind of look? Like,
Yes.
oh, okay. I can turn us invisible.
You do understand that at every single intersection and corner, there's not only personnel present, but also active warding to dispel all magic that passes through them.
Just a second. I specifically asked about this. I asked her about this in preparation for the event. And she said, once you're inside, it's all good.
Yeah, once you're inside beyond the gate, but you didn't ask, like, what is there. Because you can cast spells here and stuff, and you can prepare here. But she assumed that you would understand that, yeah, there's no going invisible and just walking past everyone.
I mean,
It's definitely a misunderstanding here. I'm
Okay.
not saying that, but her misunderstanding is also that she assumed that you would understand what she meant.
Yeah. I just look at her with a bland face and I said, no, we did not know that.
Did you bring money?
Some, yes.
She looks around. She thinks. I cannot advise you on this matter, but I will say this. The weakest point in any security is the mortal element.
If I may, Lady Elena, it is.
Before you say anything, will it be something that if I'm asked about it later, I should not say it out loud?
I will keep quiet from now on.
She does not. Well, actually, yes. I will say she also gets a slight smirk. And she looks over to Jean-Jacques. And you can see there's a bit of unwillingness to bend. But then she forces herself through and she says, I apologize for the miscommunication. But I
apologize as
trust
well.
in your abilities to get the job done. Now I
We'll
must
do our best.
be on my way. Is there anything else that we need to discuss right now, which I can repeat beyond this conversation?
Absolutely nothing.
Excellent. Good luck. And she raises her voice. And such a pleasure to see you again. And
Pleasure's all mine.
she just flows on into the crowd. Alright guys, it is 10:15 at this point, and we have our setup. You guys are inside the Equinical. You have made it, at last, to the great celebration of the year, and you are aware of everyone that you need to look out for, their current presence, and you have the situation in hand. So I trust that next week we can pick it up here and see how it goes.
Kevin,
Yes.
did you say that next week is 7th?
Oh wait, next week is the 7th.
Yeah.
Wasn't there someone else who couldn't make it on the 7th
Nope,
anyway?
That's for me. That was 14th.
The 14th.
But that was again. That's a slim chance still. I don't know.
Right. But everyone else is good for the 7th?
Yeah.
Could be, yeah.
Perfect.
I'm pretty happy.
Then we will indeed be back on the 7th. Not a problem. I have decided I really want to play, so I have 2 days off after anyway.
Ooh.
So anyway, stream 18 people it says on my thing, which is insane. I appreciate you guys so much. Simon, thank you again for the support earlier as well. If you haven't followed yet, any of you, please remember to follow if you enjoyed the stream. We really appreciate you, and we'd love to see you again. I also do world-building streams during the week, and we will be back, like I said, next week on the 7th with hopefully some more bumbling and mumbling and falling through awkward social situations until we arrive at a point where
It's gonna
either
be such a
everything blows
disaster.
up or success.
Oh, it will be.
You'll be blown away by your brilliant
have-
plan.
I planned on. I have a
You're
plan.
falling apart!
No, don't worry.
All right.
I brought something.
With Barnek standing there with a drink that is too strong, announcing that he has a plan.
and a
We'll
huge
fade to
smirk on his
black.
face.
And thank everyone. And see you next week. Bye, everyone.
See you guys.
See
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.